everyone. Wow. Happy Monday. Everybody loves Mondays, right? That's the old cliche. It's Monday. Yay. It's irrelevant to me. Most of my days are the same. But it is Monday. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Welcome to Normal America Show. Host Rob Noerr. That's me. With my dirty hat that I've tried to clean like 5 times and it's just not working. I'm going to have to do something that I regret even having to think about. I'm going to have to let my wife wash this hat. I strongly suspect it has to do with this. Is my suspicion. That's why my hat's getting dirty. So I'll have to let the old wife take care of it. Don't wash the hat. Half the people in my audience revolted the last time I had a hat that they said was dirty. You know? Why so early? Yeah, it's pretty much normal time. Noon. Every weekday. Call-in show. So we got a good one for you today. We're going to leave you all to the majority of the content. Because I will open up the lines for call-ins. Which means you get to tell me how much you hate me, how much you like me, how much you don't know me. You know, pretty much all things related to me. Or any serious political or cultural topic that you would like. As long as it's within terms of service. There's a lot to talk about. Did I watch any of the Portland streams over the weekend? I did. So Portland police finally cleaned up the Antifa encampments outside of ICE that was used as a staging area for the insurrections against ICE. Why? Why'd Portland police do that all of a sudden? They just let it go for weeks and weeks and weeks, and now all of a sudden, could it be that the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals is going to be ruling on whether or not Trump could send the National Guard in? And now this helps them say, oh, see, no need. Look, we took care of it. When actually this proves the point that they were intentionally allowing this to go on and they could have stopped it at any time that they wanted, but chose not to. So right before this court hearing, all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay. It's very similar. You remember in California when President Xi was coming? And then all of a sudden Gavin Newsom was like, time to clean up the streets. What that really showed was, one, Newsom thinks more of China and their leaders than he does, the average citizens of California. And secondly, that it was possible to deal with this in short order in the first place, and they chose not to. The truth is, the crime, places like groups like Antifa being allowed to run with impunity in places like Portland, massive amounts of crime, homelessness, etc. All of it would be pretty easy to deal with, most of it. It's a choice not to. Again, it's not that they're afraid that Trump sending in the National Guard will fail. It's they're afraid that it'll succeed. That's what happened in D.C. Now you have people going, well, that's weird. It's much safer here. That's strange. What happened? You mean we could have done this for the past decades and we just chose not to? That's the issue. So we have that story coming out of Portland. We haven't talked much about this NBA scandal, right? Where appears there was some game fixing going on, and one NBA coach, it seems, was intentionally getting people to a poker game that was ran by the mafia. But wait a minute, the mafia doesn't exist, just like Antifa doesn't exist, right? Isn't it weird how I'll talk about something and then all of a sudden, a lot of times within a week, it becomes sort of a national story in ways that wasn't expected? Like the example I was giving there last week and the week before about Antifa not existing technically was saying that it's the same as saying the mafia doesn't exist. which, by the way, is what the mafia said. They're like, well, there's no organization called the mafia. There might be crime syndicates like the Gambino family, but they don't call themselves the mafia. Mafia is just a term. So how could you have a task force going after the mafia? It's just an idea. And I was like, that's what they're trying to say with Antifa. Sure, there are specific Antifa organizations, John Brown Gun Club, Rose City Antifa, etc., that fall under the umbrella, but they'll say, technically, none of us just call ourselves Antifa. So I brought that up, and then all of a sudden this story breaks. The 5 families are involved in professional sports in the NBA and rigging these poker games, etc., etc. It's like, that's kind of funny. So we can talk about that story if you like. The food stamp conundrum, the story gets worse and worse with that. I mean, the data that's coming out is surreal that you're able to see. Excuse me, hiccups. So this is any welfare. The bluish color is U.S. born head of household. The orange is legal immigrant households. And the purple is illegal headed households. 59% of households headed by illegals use welfare. 52% of legal immigrants. 39% of U.S. born head of households. Well, this is interesting because we're always told what a boon immigration is. How much they put into our system. How great. More than half of legal immigrants are using welfare. Even more than that of illegals. And we're told illegals can't have access to it. Now, granted, illegals use less cash welfare assistance than legal immigrants, but they more than make up for it with food stamps and other forms of food welfare. Almost 50% of them using it. Medicaid, 39%. If we break it down based on ethnicity, this is just food stamps. Afghan households, 45%. Somali, 42%. Iraqi, 34%. Dominican, 34%. Caribbean, 28%. Native Americans, 27%. Puerto Rican, 27%. Cuban, 25%. Blacks, 24.9%. But Rob, the majority of people on food stamps are white. True, because the country's majoritarily white. However, that dreaded word that people don't like hearing, per capita, if you get down to the bottom there, you'll see whites, 8.6%. Now, take it with a grain of salt. Any of these individual studies could be mistaken, but the thrust of it is true. We have not been accepting people as legal immigrants or as illegal immigrants that are just great, they're better than Americans. That's what we hear all the time. They commit less crime, their culture's better. And yet, every time they enter in some community, the people that are already in that community can't wait to get them out. Even Hispanic communities. That's why you see so many border towns made of Hispanics that are becoming deep red. They know. So when we send 50 illegals to Martha's Vineyard, they couldn't wait to call in the National Guard. to drag those illegals out. Why? I thought Martha's Vineyard was a sanctuary city. Clearly, they're not racist. So why didn't they take these great illegals? I mean, haven't they read the data that we're told all the time about how great the illegals are? How awesome they are for the economy? Huh. And why is it when we send them to places like Chicago and New York, those inner city communities don't welcome them in with open arms and say, yes, we know the data. They're fantastic. Huh. But over and over, we're told illegals can't have access to welfare. They can't. Yeah, we know that's not true. So we could talk about that. We could talk about, we only have one super chat donation right now. What the heck is wrong with you people? Naughty Germ. $5. Thank you. Always appreciate. Leading the way as always. I was reading studies. 1 in 8 households in this country are on food stamps. 1 in 8. That's damn near 45 million people. It's incredible. Three o'clock, we have an interview with game developer Sandy Petersen, who worked on games like Age of Empires and Doom, helped create the role-playing game Call of Cthulhu, and pretty much a base dude. Doesn't think biological men should be competing against women. Not the biggest fan of communism. Our kind of dude. Yeah, he worked for Chaosium before he worked on Doom. I will post a link. So Tactic, thanks so much. Says, how do you call in for $5? Thank you. I'm going to post a link and then I'll pin it to the top of the channel here. Promise. One other possible topic that we could talk about is Magellan. Never a bad time to talk about Magellan. Am I wrong? You're like, why would we talk about Magellan? Well, to my man Jake Rattlesnake, who actually posted this, one of my all-time favorites. Who are you into? Justin Bieber? Is that who you like? Come on now. Justin Bieber? No. Justin Bieber's not cool. Magellan. That's where it's at.
When you realize how fake it all is, the football, the basketball, the Lady Gaga, the Justin Bieber, who gives you these carbon tax messages. They tell your kids they got to love Justin Bieber, and then Bieber says, hand in your guns, pass the Cybersecurity Act, and the police state's good, and then your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only like 11 people alive of the 200 and something crew, and the entire ship was rotting down to the waterline. That's destiny. That's will. That's striving. That's being a trailblazer and explorer. Going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is fiery with its beauty. It's incredible detail. Tuning into it. They want to shut in your mind talking about Justin Bieber.
Tell him, Alex. Yeah, Yeah, we could talk about Magellan too if you like, or Biebler, or Dire Straits, which happens to be one of my favorite bands. Get him! Listen, Alex Jones, maniac. His mind is bouncing all over the place, but damn, do I love that dude. He is just the best. Those pricks trying to take him down. Fuck you. Fuck this system trying to take a great man like Alex Jones down. A great man. In this house, Alex Jones is a great man. Just saying. We ain't fucking around. One of my personal goals is to meet Alex Jones. And I think it's possible. I know Jay Dyer's been doing some InfoWars. Good for Jay, man. Get him, Jay. Love me some Alex Jones, man. I've been listening to Alex Jones. I was calling in Alex Jones show when I was like 20. Oh, I hear what he says about the sports ball. Is this going to be a... But Rob, you said you like the Steelers. And Joe Rogan's friends with Alex Jones. He's into the MMA. Not much different than the sports ball when you really get down to it. Being blinded by entertainment to the point where you're unwilling to do things to make your personal life better or to make society better is bad. Having a passive interest in some form of entertainment, not a bad thing. For example, those that want to criticize me because I occasionally watch the sports ball, I think I've watched 3 Steelers games this year, probably play video games. Insert video games for criticism of sports ball. Mindless entertainment at the end of the day, right? What are you doing to improve society? That's right. Manta gets it. It's complicated, though. It is true. Right. I just play Madden. I take care of 2 birds with 1 stone. I did buy the new Madden. No different than the last one I played in like 2023 or something. Yeah. Hoping Christ is playing Hogwarts. There you go. Having loyalty to a team full of guys who are only loyal to the biggest paycheck is goofy. So you're not a Republican? Oh, snap! Boom! I just blew your mind. Huh? I like that. Have I ever had a game idea? No, not really. Anyways, this interview with Sandy Petersen's gonna be lit. Oh, we got Spiro sent me a video. Alex Jones asks Spiro. Let's see this. 14 minutes. Spiro, give me a minute timestamp here. DM me a timestamp, which would be the best place to. It's a fair criticism, though. I get it. Oh, last thing is, yeah, Spiro's going to give me a timestamp. Then we're going to listen to Spiro, Alex Jones it up. Also, I heard the rumors that I'm a Freemason, which somehow implies that I'm rich, and this is why I had a fallout with a certain channel. So I wore my Mason shirt today, my Edinburgh Lodge. I was streaming one day, and someone asked me, this is like months ago, someone was like, "You're a Mason?" I was like, "No. Why would you even think that? What did I say?" And they're like, "Your shirt, it's a Masonic Lodge." They looked it up. And I was like, "Oh, this is my son's T-ball team. It just happens to be sponsored. That's their name, Edinburgh." I didn't know. I never even put 2 and 2 together that it was a Masonic Lodge. Well, there you go. I was sort of the unofficial assistant coach. So, in honor of the people accusing me of, I don't know, me and Andrew Wilson of being Masons, trying to like run the world or something like that. All right, here, last thing before we here's our friend Spiro. He's gonna Alex Jones it up for us.
They don't even know how it works. The elites don't even know how it works. Guess what? They want it that way. Because if they don't know how it works, you don't know how it works. How can you defend against something you don't understand?
Mike Ball, thanks for the raid.
Can't. And that's what they want. What can we do with this? Increased threats to energy and nuclear facilities from activists and nation states. Because of this. Because of this. It's disgusting. And if you dare to speak up against them, they don't even have to worry about it. You know why? Do you know why they don't have to worry about you if you say anything?
Why's that?
Because everybody's already bought in.
Ah! Spiro, you maniac. I have some Alex Jones moments myself. Let's see if I can find one. Oh, we'll play one of my favorite videos I've ever done. It's sort of long. Man, how about the fucking Dire Straits, man? I love Dire Straits. Like, every once in a while, I forget the Dire Straits are like the coolest ever. It happens. Why can I never find this video when I'm looking for it? I ought to just bookmark it. I like this video, no one else does. So I'll play this video, and we'll get the link out there, and people can call in and yell at me. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun. This was now roughly. This is 5 years ago. This was in the height of COVID, around the time of Saddam Hussein and the Iraq. No, COVID. This is a little bit of an Alex Jones moment for me. I'll put the link. No one watches this video, just me. I always found it funny though. People are like, "Why are you so angry?" And my response was, "Why aren't you?" Particularly during the pandemic. So here's Fatter Rob before my son came along into the world. So I actually had my studio downstairs in what's now his bedroom. Here we go.
I've had it. I've had it of being called a racist. I've had it of being told that I'm somehow inferior, that I'm less educated, that I'm somehow a 10-toothed rube, like Rick Wilson said on CNN, that I'm a racist if I disagree with the disastrous positions of Black Lives Matter that would be bad not only for all Americans, but particularly for Black Americans. I'm tired of saying if I don't believe corporate-led revolutions, that somehow that makes me an immoral person. I'm tired of people saying that I have to cower down and shut my mouth or I'll lose my job if I don't cow down to this mob. I'm tired of having to say, yeah, I hear you. Maybe there's a case for tearing down Confederate statues. I don't care. I don't have any love for Confederate statues. I don't care. But I'm not going to give in to the mob. I'm tired of it. It's worth fighting for its own sake. We're not going to listen to a bunch of people that hate this country and want to overthrow it and return us to segregation and want to make us a globalist, fascist, Marxist society. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of trying to calmly explain to people things like why toddlers shouldn't be able to vote and why you shouldn't be allowed to take people's property and we should have property rights. I'm tired of explaining to people why the police should arrest people that steal from stores, why they should arrest people that are skipping out on subway tolls. These are all conversations I've had this week. I'm tired. The people among us that know the least are the most arrogant and most confident that they know more than everyone else. I'm sick and tired of it. They don't live in the real world. They don't have real jobs. I had someone tell me about COVID. I said, how long do we have to get locked down in your world? They said, I live in Australia. The government just pays us. We could stay locked down indefinitely. I have to explain to you that if no one's working, let's just make it real simple. If no one's working on the farms, how's the government going to send you food? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being attacked. I'm tired of having been crushed in the culture war. I'm tired of Republican leaders that claim that they're defending us that aren't doing squat. I'm tired of on my radio show when I bring Republicans on, they say, yeah, we got to get back in the fight. And all they're doing is proposing legislation and filing court cases that they eventually lose. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people getting in touch with me saying that they're going to contact my employer and get me fired because I had the temerity to argue against Black Lives Matter. I'm sick and tired of having to pretend, oh, it's a noble thing. What they're doing out there is noble. It's not. They're terrorists. Does that mean everyone involved with them is? No. But if you're aligned with terrorists and you're marching with terrorists, then you're hurting this country. And I'm tired of pretending it's not the case. We have a nerve. We have backbones on here. Where's our leaders? I go in a panel, people say, can we just agree? I'm a conservative, but can we just agree if Trump would just wear a mask, then COVID would be solved? Really? So it's just about masks now. So we didn't need to lock down. Well, no, you still need the lockdown, but let's be honest, it's Republicans. Really? It wasn't Democrats and their experts that said it was okay to go out by the hundreds of thousands and protest for Black Lives Matter, shoulder to shoulder, while they're burning down buildings. Well, all the scientists say that those contact tracers proved that the Black Lives Matter protests didn't spread the virus. Fuck you! I'm tired of the... Ugh. Your experts are full of it if that's what they're claiming. These two things can't be true. That if you're shoulder to shoulder and if you're in large crowds, you spread COVID, but not if you're protesting for Black Lives Matter. Either they were wrong originally or they're wrong now. And I'm tired of being treated because they have the experts. The experts say this. Then I'm done with the experts. I don't care. The same experts, 5,000 of them that signed on, that said science, technology, engineering, and math is racist. The same experts that are endorsing Black Lives Matter, that's against the values of the Enlightenment and doesn't believe there's a thing such as truth, that's been attacking all of our hard sciences and arts, those experts? I'm tired of it. And we have to pretend. Oh, no. Here's a paper I have from the experts. These great experts that did this study say that, Black Lives Matter couldn't have spread this disease. Thousands of Bush officials have signed on to elect Joe Biden. Thousands of former Intel officials have signed on that Trump needs to be impeached over the Ukraine. They didn't care about Biden's quid pro quo that Trump was trying to investigate. They don't care that the president of Ukraine's top prosecutor has came public with evidence that Biden committed extortion with U.S. tax dollars, including audio from Joe Biden himself, including financial transactions. They don't care. The experts didn't care about that. But Trump investigating it. The same experts that told us the FBI didn't do anything wrong in the Russia investigation. Only they did. It's war. That's what it is. I'm not advocating violence. Breitbart was a prophet. He saw this in 2008. Listen to him. You know what Breitbart's background was? He said, here's how I got into it. I lived in LA. I was a socialite. I went to all the cocktail and pool parties where everyone laughed at flyover country. But then he visited flyover country and he realized how arrogant and horrible and wrong all of these institutions were. We're talking about institutional and systemic bigotry and racism. Name me one institution that sticks up for rural America, for flyover country. Give me one. We're just told how privileged we are if we have a certain skin color. And God forbid you be a person of color from flyover country or a conservative person of color. You'll get attacked even harder. I don't need, look, I love Breitbart and he's an inspiration to me. But I don't need someone to come in and fight for me anymore. I'm going to fight for myself. I don't care what it costs. I'm sick and tired of the deck being stacked against people like us, normal Americans, being stacked against us, and us having to constantly grovel or be silent out of fear or wait for some leader to come along. There is no leader coming along. It's up to us. I'm sick and tired of the lies and the misdirection and the sophistry and the excuses and the hypocrisy. I showed you that video the other day. Black Lives Matter protesters start beating this man. What's the first thing the crowd starts yelling? Don't record it. Don't record it. Don't record it. They're liars. They don't want it recorded because they don't want it to be shown the thug terrorists that they are. But I have to believe 99% of these protesters are peaceful. So they sit around and watch innocents get beat and watch stores get burned? Oh, but it's all the police officers' fault. All of the violence was because tear gas was shot. It's garbage and you know it. And I'm tired of engaging on that level and pretending that these people are arguing in good faith. They're not. And if they are arguing in good faith, they're so ignorant that it makes worthwhile dialogue almost impossible. I'll keep plugging away. I'll keep doing these debates. I'll keep being polite. I'll keep keeping an open mind. But I know what they're doing. I know. And make no mistake about it, they're winning. They are winning. They've won the culture war. They control academia. They control the media. They control Silicon Valley. They control the entertainment industry. They control corporate America. All of it. Go order a McDonald's cheeseburger. Let me know what their motto is now. Turn on Amazon. Get some Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Go to Chase Bank. Any corporation, Nike. All buying into the Marxist terrorists trying to overthrow this country. All the great people in my family, in my life, in my community, all they want to do is go to work 40, 50, 60 hours a week and provide for their families. And they're treated like shit over and over and over. And I'm sick of it. That's what keeps me going, them. We have a Marxist fascist revolution. Why isn't it directed at the people in charge? If you think that there's systemic racism, why aren't you directing your protest and your riots at the people that control the systems? Instead, you're rioting in inner city communities, burning down black communities, and directing your anger at normal Americans. And making it somehow racial, as if all white people are responsible or white people have original sin. Can't you see this is exactly what the establishment wants? Because their biggest fear is that people, regardless of skin color, will come together and say, this establishment has screwed us over for 60 years. But you can't bring that up or you're called a racist.
Wow. 5 years ago, Rob was based. Now, if you ever wonder why I get so fucking angry sometimes, just know I've been saying this shit since 2017. I could show you, I could bring up what I was writing on blogs about the Russia investigation in 2017. I felt like a lone voice here in Pennsylvania when the fucking pandemic was going on, losing my fucking mind. Losing my mind. Absolute fucking insanity. And people be like, why are you so angry? Why the fuck aren't you? Why aren't you more angry? Why did we let these pricks that did all that shit under COVID? Who's been held accountable? Who's really been held accountable for the Russiagate shit? Who's been held accountable for that? Who's been held accountable for the riots and Black Lives Matter? All of that I recorded pre-January 6th. While I was recording that, you want to know what Republicans were telling me, both on my channel and Republicans I was meeting in real life? Trump's going to win 48 out of 50 states in the 2020 election. I was saying, previous to COVID, this establishment, they ain't going to go down without a fight. They ain't going down without a fight. They're going to sabotage the economy. They're going to take us to war. They're going to do something. And then came the pandemic. And stupid fucking Trump embraces lockdowns and all this shit. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck are you doing? Can't you see this is going to collapse the economy? Trust the plan, I was told. How'd that work out? I'm here to tell you, I don't give a shit how much you like Trump. I don't care how much you like me, or how much you like Andrew Wilson, or how much you like Alex Jones, or Steven Crowder. You're fucking up if you're putting all of your hopes and wants in the hands of someone else. The change has to start with you. Is it possible that we can start to see beneficial movements in the political side? Sure. Border's more secure now. Looks like we might finally see some people held to somewhat account for things like Russiagate. Maybe eventually someone like Dr. Fauci will have to answer for his crimes. But I won't hold my breath. The truth is this. A lot of people think that life's a comic book, some fictional story, and we're the good guys and we'll win at the end. But that's not true. If you're Christian, you know what the ultimate ending is. But that doesn't mean that we win on this world right now. And the truth's pretty damn bleak of what we're up against. The truth is, when someone that's a great man like Charlie Kirk gets shot, huge portions of this country celebrate. That's the fucking truth. By the way, almost the exact same people that would have called the fucking police on you if you were violating lockdown orders under the pandemic. The same fucking group of people that wanted your children taken away from you, 28% when polled of Democrats, if you didn't take the vaccine that they said you should. The same fucking people that said that they would never take the vaccine when Trump was suggesting when he was still president that it was coming, and they said it would be impossible to get here that fast, and then demanded you fucking take it the moment that Joe Biden won the election. The same fucking people. Nothing's changed. And they think they're morally fucking superior to you. And they'll lie, and they'll gaslight, and they'll use words like democracy. We care about democracy. We care about law enforcement. They don't give a fuck. They're good, you're bad, end of story. The ends always justify the means. That's the truth. Over and over and over and over. I've done probably on this channel over 100 debates. Over and over and over. I deal with these fucking lunatics. Here's some recent arguments I've had. Let's see. We don't know if there's a such thing as a Democratic Party. We don't know. We can't say that there is or there isn't. Where's the proof that women who can't perform physically to men would be inferior firefighters or law enforcement officials? What do you mean just because the standards have to be lowered? I don't see the problem with that. I keep going, just like I said 5 years ago. I'll keep plugging away. I'll keep doing the debates. I'll keep talking to people. I'll keep trying to have an open mind. But has anything changed on that front? Anything? How many times can you beat your head off a wall expecting it to be different? Of course, we always have Magellan. We can always focus on how based Magellan was. What I'm saying in my own way is reject Biebler, embrace Magellan. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, let's get the chat out there. Remember, we're going to end at about 2:45. I won't end the stream, but the calls will be done at about 2:45. And then I'm going to get prepared for my interview with Sandy Petersen. Reject Biebler. That's what we're trying to say. Remember to get your super chats in. Hello, Nate. What's up, my friend? $5 says, hey, ninjas, like the stream, give donations, enjoy the show. Thanks, Nate. Really appreciate it. The Real Hydro PX, $10. Thank you so much. Always appreciate it, man. Our good friend Old Joe, who may have just clicked the link to call in. $10 says, super chat question. What are 5 things to see in Pennsylvania as a tourist? I may get there one day. Oh, well, 5 things to see. Now, I've never seen the Liberty Bell, but I have an affinity for that. I think that would be cool. I think that I'm partial to Cook Forest, which is a state forest that's near me. I think it's beautiful and worth seeing. Let's see what else that I would recommend. I like going out towards State College on the interstate and how flat all the farmland is. Just stop at any community, like one of these Amish communities. You don't have to go to Lancaster, but any of those communities, I think it's worth seeing. Sort of like the farming communities and the Amish communities and how they live. I think that Lake Erie's pretty beautiful if you like a lake. So you can go up. I wouldn't recommend Erie proper, the city, but if you go to sort of one of the little suburbs out there to see the lake. And what's the 5th thing I would say? Find any fucking redneck like me and just hang out with them. Right? Pennsylvania, I'm not a big fan of cities, but Pennsylvania is basically 2 states, similar to California like that. You got the East and the West with Pittsburgh and Philly, but then everything in the center is like a different state. It's like deep red. So I love all these little communities up and down. Of course, I live next to Punxsutawney. Punxsutawney famously has the groundhog for Groundhog Day, so you can always go to that. I don't think it's a must-see, though. It's basically, you kind of get the idea. They bring a groundhog up, and it's always very cold, too. But they party all night. I went there one time and got interviewed when I was like 16, I got interviewed, me and my friends, by a guy writing for the magazine High Times. And I wasn't smoking weed, nor had I ever smoked weed at that point in my life. So, but there you go. Mike Ball, thanks for the raid. $5 says support the show. Thank you so much. Shazzy Bear, $10. Thank you. Says sing it, bro. Not one fucking step back. Thank you so much. Our good friend AJC, $50. Thank you. Says I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. I'm done with it. Because day shift's the best shift. Yes. Day shift's been cleaning up recently. Let's see if I can get to our goal of $357. Later today, when we do the interview of Sandy Petersen, the last 10 or 15 minutes, it's going to be an hour interview. So we'll end, it'll be about from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. But we will take questions in the form of super chats, which will be most welcome because I am not the biggest video game historian, nor pen and paper game historian. So questions from the audience will be much appreciated. Landon Manwaring, $10 says, if they strike down InfoWars, Jones will become more powerful than anything they ever imagined. Ultimate power. All joking aside, Alex Jones is a huge inspiration on me, for real. That doesn't mean I agree with everything he does, but the entertainment aspect, the passion that he puts into it, the clear love that he has for the country and for humankind, I think it's infectious. I think he does it better than anyone. So, all right. We're going to take calls. I should have pinned the link. I did not do that because I'm a schmuck. Let's go up and do that. Link will be pinned to the top of the YouTube message board. Check that out. I was not big into Rush when he was alive, but I now realize how great he was. I just wasn't really listening to talk radio. I probably heard Rush when he was alive more when he was doing the football thing than I did his talk radio stuff. But going back and listening to him and sort of knowing what he was about, he almost single-handedly saved the conservative movement in this country, basically by himself, hours upon hours a day in front of a microphone, is unbelievable. There will never be someone that could do what he did. Everyone at this point is just doing a cheap Rush impression. And they got a staff of people behind him. And Rush was doing it basically by himself every day. Absolutely insane. Just an incredible talent, man. All right. Keep getting the super chats in. Here's the rules. Links at the top. We're going to take any topic that you want. As long as it's within terms of service. No racial slurs. No homophobic slurs. No calls to violence. The sooner you call in, the longer you'll probably get to talk. We're going to go to 2:45, so that gives us 2 hours of phone calls. We're going to start. Friend of the show, Old Joe. How are you doing today, Old Joe?
I'm fabulous. How are you today, sir?
Very good. Busy, as busy as you could believe, but being busy is not always bad. So I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm working on a lot of stuff. I know I see my man Mantids in the background. We're both reading some work on this author that's quite crazy, but it's fun. It's fun to do debate prep, and so I'm actually busy but enjoying it.
Well, this is great. So I'll try to make my question as quick as possible. And thank you for the reminder, especially before I come up, about the terms of service violations. Very difficult for me to keep myself under control. So you doing that is
I
good
always
idea.
suspected that. I was like, if it's anyone, it'll be Old Joe dropping some hard R's in here. I
That's
always
right.
suspected it. So
Hey, here's my question. It's a debate question. It's a strategy question. I like listening to your answers to these ones, so I'll pose it, and then I'll drop down and
okay.
listen to what you have to say. So we dealt with the interrupting in a previous question I asked. Now, this is a question that is a propensity on the left that I encounter often when having discussions. And that is their predilection to use outliers. For example, if you say do a particular policy prescription, the argument you might get back is, well, that doesn't work for everybody. Or flip it another way around. If you'll say, well, men are taller than women, they'll say, but I know Sue who's taller than Jim. So how do you attack that in a debate? In particular, when the tactic is used, well, you are heartless and careless about this small group of people that I've identified as outliers for your prescription. That's my question, sir. Thank you very much. I'll drop down.
Thank you. The first is the example you gave there is one that I often bring up to illustrate to people that are listening. The first thing you have to understand is most of the time the individual you're debating, you're not going to convince them. Now, it may be that you slightly move them towards you, but it'll take conversation after conversation after conversation to eventually get them, if ever, to be able to come more to your side than against it. So what you're really doing is debating for an audience. Let's say, though, that you're just talking to a person at work and there's no real audience, right? I always try to look at things in the perspective of how do I make the case of what I'm arguing and what I truly believe in a way that that person would understand it. And so, for example, in a situation where someone says there's this small group of people that won't work for, sometimes I humor that and I say, sure, it would. Here's what would be better in the long haul. For example, I could make a case to smaller government and removing a lot of social safety nets in the welfare system. And a lot of people say, well, that wouldn't benefit the people in my community. For example, I live in an inner city, or I'm a young person, and so we need these benefits. And so you can make the case to them, actually, no, here's why those benefits in those communities is a bad thing. Generationally, it makes these communities dependent on that, which means that they'll never achieve skills, etc., that they'd be able to use to bring them and their families out of sort of the lower class. So that's step one, if I'm just talking to them. Elsewise, I also make the same case that I would make assuming that there's an audience. The first case I make is pointing out the absurdity of pointing out the rare sort of outlier. And the easiest way to do that's the example you just gave, or one like that. If I say usually, or if I say men are taller than women, and someone says, actually, I know a woman that's taller than most men I know, you're like, right, that's an outlier. It's the same when I say this economic policy would be better for the country, and you say, yeah, it wouldn't be better for this group of people. That's true. Any policy that we ever institute, with rare exceptions, is going to have winners and losers. What we're trying to do is have it set up in a way that is both morally righteous and, from a utilitarian framework, one that's best in general for the country as a whole. Both of those things are true at the same time. For example, you might say to just take all of Bill Gates' money and spread it around would be more utilitarian. Not really. I can make the case why it wouldn't be utilitarian, but it's just morally egregious to do so anyways from a deontological framework. So what I want to do is point out sort of the absurdity of their position for a general audience and have them understand that, like, listen, while it is true that no one policy or one idea will ever have 100% winners, the truth is that this is absurd as saying that there's this one woman that's taller than men. This outlier is something that shouldn't change the propensity for whether or not my argument is true. Now, that doesn't mean that we totally ignore the outliers. This is something that old school base Jordan Petersen talked about. The right embraces hierarchies and understands they're inevitable and that they're useful. The left challenges hierarchies and says that we ought to challenge them because corruption could infiltrate them, which is true, and that we shouldn't ignore the people at the bottom of hierarchies. Also true. That's absolutely true. Now, the beauty is, world's made up of a bunch of hierarchies, and so hypothetically, even if you're at the bottom of one hierarchy, there's probably some hierarchy where you'll be pretty good near the top of, or at least in the top half of. So there's no reason to get blackpilled on that front. Nonetheless, the truth is that there is reason to look at outliers, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that we build our society around appealing to the outliers. What happens if we do that is we end up making society worse for the entire whole. I'll give you an example. Public education oftentimes teaches to the lowest common denominator. So if you have a class of 20 people and two of the people in that class have a very low capacity for sort of learning the material, guess who the teacher is gearing the instruction for that class towards? Those two people. That means the people that are the two at the top, they might as well not be there. They're not going to learn anything. And for the overwhelming majority of the rest of the class, they're barely going to learn anything. And so for me, in the context of a debate, what I like to do is point out, using the example you did or one similar, look, this is an outlier. We're talking about people in the majority and why that would be good. We don't throw it out just because an outlier. I'll give you an example of when this has happened in a debate that was clipped to make someone look really bad. Andrew Wilson's debating this guy. I can't remember his name, but he's this like feminist guy. It was when he did like, Andrew was out at the whatever podcast, did like 5 debates in a row. And this particular guy, I can't remember the specific argument, but he's basically making this type of argument. Andrew says something, this guy's like, yeah, but here's this ridiculous outlier position. So Andrew makes the argument like this. Well, then we couldn't say SA's bad if there's ever been a woman that enjoys it. That's the argument. Now, Andrew, you could tell in his tonality, is making the argument facetiously, right? Where he's like, oh no, but some women enjoy it and blah, blah, blah. The point that Andrew's making is the opposite of how it's been clipped, where it's like Andrew's saying that women enjoy SA. No, Andrew's making the exact opposite point. Just because there could be some fucking outlier out there of a woman who's been victimized like that and said, you know what, afterwards, maybe that was something that I enjoyed, doesn't mean that we view SA as any less heinous. Of course, it's fucking grotesque. It's heinous. But of course, people have taken that and, ran with it to say, oh my goodness, can you believe what this guy thinks? Because they clip 45 seconds of it instead of listening to the broader 5-minute context. Nonetheless, the point that Andrew's trying to make there is point through absurdity how dumb it is to not evaluate something because there's some extreme outlier. So using those sorts of tactics is often effective to sort of throw it back in their face of what that would mean. Like, well, if you're going to make that claim, some people may like starving to death. They might like it, right? They might, have something weird in their head where there's some weird masochist. I don't know. Does that mean that therefore we should be like, it's fine to have policies where we're just taking food from people? Of course not. We understand the absurdity of it. The truth is that the left, in particular the Democrats, that they try to be the face of the left at this point, at least on paper, they find themselves at the bottom of a ton of 80-20 issues, right? The easiest one to look at, and I'm assuming one of the ones you often run into with the issue you're talking about, is the trans issue. But I know a woman that could beat up a lot of men. So therefore, men in MMA with women? And, there's ways to get around this. Like, when I'm debating this specifically, you're like, yes, it's true. On the average, there could be women that are, if you had sort of a scale of like sort of fighting ability or body strength or whatever, inevitably there will be some women that are ahead of some men. But overwhelmingly, the men skew more towards that. And when we're talking about professional fighting or even collegiate athletics, these are people near the top. And when you look at the people near the top, it would be rare to have a woman even come close to being at the bottom of the top, if that makes sense. If there was no women's division in professional athletics, there would be no women. Period. And it's not just physical contact sports. This would be true in activities like golf. Granted, women could hit the ball less far than men, but even beyond that, I'll bet if you took just something like putting ability, that the men on the PGA Tour overwhelmingly are superior to the women. And that has less to do with strength. Hell, you could take activities like chess. We have women's divisions in chess. The top women players in the world would crush me. They'd crush you. But when you compare them to the top male players, it's not even close. There's no woman that would broach the top 50 of the top 50 chess players that I'm aware of. And that's one that you would think, wait a minute, how's that the case? What's the biological advantage to men? Spatial recognition, competitiveness. And the truth is that even when it goes outside the physical realm, men and women have different interests and different abilities. It's just true. Now, again, I'm cribbing this from Jordan Peterson. In the center, we're mostly similar. So he says that the biggest biological difference between men and women as far as interest are men are interested in things and women are interested in people. Now, if you go to the top of the bell curve, it'd be close. Men just slightly more interested in things than women being slightly more interested in people. But the problem's the extremes. The people that are almost exclusively interested in people and not things are almost all women. And the people that are almost exclusively interested in things and not people are almost all men. So when you take job preferences, such as an engineer, overwhelmingly men. Coders, overwhelmingly men. But when you take jobs that are almost exclusively the metric of interacting with people, healthcare, you see overwhelmingly women that are people like nurses. And that's okay. Gender roles exist for a reason. Because it turns out that our ancestors and our forefathers actually knew something that we've forgotten as a society as we've become more secular. I think that it comes from a biblical sense, right? But even if you don't, it turns out that the traditional family structure works for society. Yes, there are outliers, and I don't think that those outliers should be overlooked. I don't. I think there are some women that never want to have children, and that's okay for them. And they want to go out in the workforce, and that's okay too. They shouldn't be given preferential treatment, but fine, no problem. There's some men that will be good caretakers. That's fine too. But overwhelmingly, if we don't look at those outliers, society's better with men being providers, protectors of the family, the people at the head of the family, and women are good at being the caretakers, the people that are making the home, that are listening to their husbands. That's true. And fuck everyone who says that it's not. They're full of shit. And as we've tried to shoehorn convincing women that they would be less happy if they stay at home and have families, we can see that by almost every metric, they become more and more miserable. This isn't to say that I'm saying if you're a woman right now and you're like, but I'm happy at my job. Maybe you are. That's fine. But understand that that's an outlier. So, lastly, to bring it back to the question of debate, the best you could do is sort of use an analogy that simplifies it to an audience as to why the outlier doesn't disprove the rule. In fact, the outlier proves the rule. The fact that it is an outlier. So come up with an example that you could see, like the women being tall example, and illustrate how that fits into sort of the position that you're talking about at that moment. But if you think this is going to change the left-winger's mind that you're debating, it's not. You just have to make the case for the average people. And more people are waking up to these 80-20 issues and how it's stupid, and they're not accepting it. They don't accept the fact that biological men don't have a competitive advantage when it comes to athletics. They don't accept it. They realize that it's bullshit. And all the screaming of source, that this study shows that blah, 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 and it's all bullshit. And at some point, like, it's bad form, and a lot of people that coach debate would say that this is bad to do, but I don't care. I'm just going to say, at some point, it's not worth it to keep getting more and more reductive. Who was it? There was a comedian. Maybe it was old school Bill Burr. I can't remember. Right? Like talking about kids. Why? Why is the sky blue? Well, it has to do with sort of microscopic things that make up the sky that's reflecting certain color. Why? Well, because condensation and like rain goes in the atmosphere and there's all these. Why? Well, because that's the nature of like water, and sun hits and it like evaporates. Why? Well, the sun, it's like got this tremendous heat. And so even though it's far away, it has it. Why? Like at some point you have to be like, because I said so. Shut up. It's just true. And it's one of the things, like, there are some people that have more patience for that than me. I'll give you one last quick example on this. Someone who I really like is a person by the name of Corinth. I think Corinth is great. So I'm debating this person, Mel, on sort of transgender issues. And the topic of what is a woman comes up. And I make the claim that, like, woman is a biological female. And at the end of the day, no matter what, when you're debating someone, their definition of woman on that perspective is going to be if I choose to call myself a woman. Now, in this particular debate, I got my opponent to admit that someone that exhibits sort of the phenotypical behaviors and looks that we would associate with women, including culturally adapting preferences that we say would be for a woman, wearing lipstick, wearing female clothes, a dress, a skirt, etc., accentuating breast, that's a woman. I'm like, okay, well, what about my butch lesbian friend? Wears flannel, like broad shoulders, square jaw, buzz cut, man? Sure. Okay, but they identify as a woman. Who are you to tell them they're wrong? In fact, not only do they identify as a woman, but they certainly were born a female. Now what? And then which my opponent says, well, it could also intentionally be subverting the expectations. So now being a woman is exhibiting the characteristics that as a society we say are woman-like and intentionally subverting those. So woman is looking like a woman and looking the opposite of a woman. That's my definition of woman. Now, this is just a clever way to say woman is anyone who calls himself a woman. By the way, if you ever debate someone 100% of the time that they say that woman's not an adult biological female, human female, that's what they're going to say. Their definition is going to have a bunch of bells and whistles that at the end of the day is going to be, if you call yourself a woman, you're a woman. Now, the problem with that is it means that the term is completely irrelevant. A woman just robbed me. Oh, really? You asked their pronouns? No, by woman, I meant someone who looks like a woman or someone who looks the opposite of a woman. See the problem? If I say tall is anyone more than 6 inches, and then I say, hey, I saw a tall guy the other day, buying a Corvette, you'd be like, what does that mean? He was like 3'6", he was 7'2", anything in between. The word loses all meaning. You've broadened the term to the point Language is all about specificity. It's about shared understanding. When the words become subjective, they're irrelevant. Corinth comes on and says, no. See, here's the problem, Rob. There isn't a single stable definition of the word woman, and I could prove it. What if we said, be a tiger? What are we talking about? Manton, I need you to act like a tiger. Am I saying that I want Manta to literally physically transform into a tiger? No, I'm saying be tenacious, be aggressive. Therefore, the word tiger has two meanings. It has the meaning of the feline that we see with the stripes and the teeth. That's a tiger. But a tiger's also something exhibiting the characteristics of a tiger. You see? So a woman could be an adult human female, but also something exhibiting the characteristics of being an adult human female. Now, the problem means that this is so reductive that this limits pretty much any noun that you could think of to being the definition of that thing and the characteristics of that thing. So a tree isn't just that thing you see out there made of wood with leaves. It's also the characteristics of that thing out there made of wood and leaves. You could probably get more reductive and say, what if we want to take it to the next level? And say the characteristics of the thing that we say has the characteristics of the thing would also be a tree. I don't give a fuck for that type of argumentation, if I'm completely honest. I'm not saying there's not a place for it, but I'm just a dumb redneck, right? I'm like, I want to go out and do things that are productive and live my life in a way that's good and that's meaningful. And to become paralyzed through like going through all of these reductive, but let's take it a step further. How do we know anything? How do we know that truth exists? How do we know? These are important questions, but not for me. And I get frustrated when you're having debates that aren't philosophical in nature. And we want to make it reductive. Prove it. Prove that men are physically stronger than women. My answer is go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. That's where I've got. I'm not going to prove something that we all inherently know is true. Fuck you. You know it's true. That's why you're like, oh, why did that guy hit that chick? Everyone does it. You watch these lefties. Watch them bitch about the ICE riots against ICE. First thing these Antifa people on the ground will do, if the police officers like arrest a woman, why are you hurting her? That's terrible. Why would you attack a woman? Why does that matter? First off, how do you know it's a woman? Did you ask the pronouns? Second, there's no biological difference in the physical capacity between men and women. So what's the fucking issue that she's a woman? So what? Who gives a fuck? Right? It's almost like as soon as the chips are down, they fucking throw away their bullshit and they know it. Men shouldn't have a say in abortion since it's an issue that only affects women. Oh, that's not true. Men can get pregnant. So now I have a say, right? They know it's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. Anyways, a long-winded way to answer this question, but I appreciate it, old Joe. It does become frustrating, though. So my advice is point out the absurdity of the outlier and how outliers use an analogy that makes it easy to understand for an audience. Take seriously the concerns of the outlier, but efficiently be able to say that just because there's an existence of an outlier, which will be true in any sort of policy prescription or cultural prescription ever, doesn't disprove the rule, and that we shouldn't be basing society on the vast majority of us and not outliers. So, all right, next up, Avarice and Manted, I'll probably bring up together. So, Jason Mirnichuk, how you doing today, my friend?
Good, sir. How are you? I
Good.
love the
I
rant.
forgot to tell everyone.
Oh,
send in super chats. I forgot to say that. So
send in the super chats. Pay Rob. Give Rob money. Come on,
I know I'm wearing the Masonic Lodge shirt, but I'm not all that. Trust me. So.
Well, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Just a quick one. You know, I don't want to mention the lady again, but I was trying to watch her cope video, and I got 20 minutes in, and I just couldn't do it. It was making me sad. But you know what I hate, Rob? You know what I really, really hate? I hate when. Sorry, you should say what?
What?
I hate when I find out that I've been really naive about something and I didn't know I was naive. And then you find out you're naive and you're like, God damn it. Why didn't I know that? Because she admits in part of that cope thing that basically the whole strat of her show or the panel show was just to upset people. Like that's their whole thing is just to get at people angry. And I was like, because I just thought maybe individuals were doing that because they're assholes. But I'm like, wait, that's your whole thing. That was your whole shtick. And that kind of plays into this. And this is, I guess, my question for you. This leads up to the question. Because what's really hitting me in the face more and more these days is how a vast majority of people, especially on the left, but there's people on the right who do this as well, who just think this is a joke, who thinks this is a dumb game, and don't really take any of this stuff seriously. And what I'm talking about is like the world, life, the situation, everything else, and they're just doing it to play to score points, or to have a laugh, or to piss people off, or whatever, to get a reaction, to fill the void in their fucking miserable life. So I guess this is the question, and I'll back off or whatever. But I'll go back down or what are the kids called these days. But it's because you're debating all these assholes. So, and I know the tactic, no step back, is to basically crush the left. If any new people come up and all that stuff, and we win total dominance. But at some point, is it even worth engaging with some of these people? Like, is it even worth debating people who just it doesn't matter to them? It doesn't matter to their audience. It doesn't matter to it just doesn't matter to them. It's like you're basically punching a shadow.
It's a great question, right? And so, like, before all this fallout, after the Charlie Kirk assassination, I was like, I don't think I'm going to debate these people for a while. I don't think I'm going to debate the people that are like, well, but Charlie Kirk was a fascist. Like, I'm like, you know what? Go fuck yourself. That's what I think. What's the point? What's the point of even giving them oxygen? Or, well, this was bad, but how about Trump's FEC chair talking about Jimmy Kimmel? How about that? Like, what's the point? And huge sections of people in my audience were like, no, you have to keep debating them. In fact, old Joe that called in was like, we want you out there still debating them. And the truth is, there's utility on both sides of this argument. From an individual perspective, it's 100% and completely worthless. There is no benefit that I get. Take the channel out of it. I'm just talking to someone I know in real life. And we go out, for breakfast. And they're like, oh, let's have an argument about, whether or not Charlie Kirk was a fascist. What's the fucking point? No. The only utility is an audience. The only utility is an audience seeing it and going, oh, these people are deeply unserious. They don't have arguments, right? But you have to weigh. I mean, I hate to put it this way. It's not the same as like platforming. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I don't like when people say, I'm not going to platform this person. But you have to weigh like whether or not it's worth even allowing these people to have your time to continue to try to obfuscate for what's actually going on in the world by making a bunch of red herrings like, but this, 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 but this. What about January 6th? What about when Trump said shithole countries? What about that one time in 2016 when lefties kept coming to Trump rallies and throwing fists and shit, and Trump said, hey, I'll pay someone's bill to drag that person out of here. Isn't that a call to violence? Huh? So how could you complain about Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck and thousands of us celebrating it? Huh? Like, at some point, talking about Sarah's channel specifically, this was why I, for a while, if you go back, listen, people could believe me or not, I had decided many moons ago that I wasn't going to do that open panel shit anymore. And yet my audience continually was like, go over there, go over there, go over there. Rob, you should go over. Rob, did you see who's there now? Go over to the open panel. Rob, go over there. You need to go over. Part of that's because I'm grateful that people trust me as a good debater. And so if they see someone that they think is doing well or that needs crushed from the perspective of someone on the right, Rob will do it. Rob will go over there and he'll crush them. But I knew the game somewhat. I knew that it's a shit show, intentionally so. It's Jerry Springer. That's what's going on over there. I get it, right? It's more about who can have the best insult. And that's fine. I don't care. I'm not saying that you're a morally grotesque person for engaging in that or for setting that up.
Saying that.
But I didn't understand, like, I too was naive about how deep it was. So when Sarah sends me the message that's like, you approach this seriously, and that's a problem. And that makes you an easy target. And the point is interruptions and all of that. That's the point of it. That's what people want. I was like, oh, okay. Because I think that there is a middle ground. I think there's a room for entertainment and some personal jabs and shit that everybody could walk away from and be like, no, like if I'm debating you, I'd be like, look at you and your goofy fucking Canadian act, like get the fuck out of here. But I'm also making a serious, like you do that in the context of actually making points, not screaming over each other the whole time. And so for me, that's when I realized like, oh, not for me then. I didn't realize that this was the point of it. And so I was naive. Other people got it. Other people know that the idea is to basically create an environment where people are annoyed enough that they send in money to kick out the people that they think are the worst offenders. That's the entire business model. We're going to set up a format where it's like, I'm going to encourage the people that are the most piss annoying to come on here, and then they'll talk over people. Then the audience that wants to hear a real conversation will be like, get that fucker out of here so that we can go back to having a productive conversation, which incentivizes prioritizing the people that are behaving in the shittiest way. That's the whole game, right? I think that game sucks. But if you want to watch that or you want to participate, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Like, I watch a bunch of dumb shit for my entertainment, right? I used to watch 1990s wrestling, Attitude Era wrestling, So that's as Jerry Springer as it gets, I guess, in that sense. So whatever, I'm not belittling people's entertainment choices. What I'm saying is, once I realize that that's it, I don't have an interest in participating in that. I don't. And it has nothing to do with, oh, you're afraid to debate so-and-so. Not at all. An honest-to-goodness debate, no problem. But I have no interest in going over there. And the problem is, a lot of people have interest in someone like me going over there. And so when I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to go there, and my audience is like, 80% of my audience is like, yes, go over. Eventually I give in. What's the end result? It's almost always the same. Sometimes it's still worth it. I think when I went over there and yelled at Connor, like, I think that was worth it, that people could see Connor's true colors. It didn't take long for him to be like, I want to fight you. I'll punch you in real life. Well, there you go. Right? That's Connor in a nutshell. Like, so it was worth, this guy that's trying to come across as this erudite, like, deep thinker. It's just a piece of shit that when cornered can't defend his position and will threaten to fight you. So I guess it was worth it. Other times it's not worth it. Is it worth it to go over there and just have people spurg out on you and like say things like, I'm not conceding that the Democratic Party exists. I refuse to answer anything you say. I'm just going to talk over you over and over again. Is it worth it? No. And that's why I said when I was frustrated the last time I was on her panel, what's the fucking point of this? Like, if the only people talking are going to be me and these two people, and they're blatantly admitting we're just going to talk over you and we literally will ignore you, what the fucking's point? So you can have them or you can have me. But I don't see the point of me being here anymore. That's what I was getting at there. And then, of course, that translates over from a lot of those people that think that's how you have a debate. So then when you get outside of the open panel format and you set up a 2-on-2 debate, and I blame Destiny for a lot of this. By the way, the people that told me that I was erroneous for talking about how influential Destiny is, New York Times piece on Destiny and Adam Mockler out there today. That's who the New York Times is covering, is sort of the future of left-wing debaters on this space. That's how people are learning to debate. The key is just to scream over your opponent constantly so they can't hear themselves think. You can see it. That guy that just called into my show last week as they were trolling me, or 2 weeks ago now, what was he doing? His name was North, I think. Just screaming, spurging out, exactly like Destiny. So this sort of, strategy that you see in the yuck, it's just open panel, who gives a fuck, like that's transitioned into like what's supposed to be actual moderated debates. And so that was, I'm with you in the naivety of it. I didn't understand the extent that was it. I knew that it was obviously the open panel's more loose than a moderated like debate that I might have with someone at Oxford. But I didn't know that the intent was the shit show. That's the intent. That's why we're here. We're all here for the shit show. And so now that I know that,
I have a little bit of a follow-up because I think this is like, building like infrastructure. I'm thinking a lot about infrastructure, both for churches and otherwise. And then we talked about stuff privately as well with that. Because now I'm looking at it sort of like exclusionary. Like once I kind of saw that, I'm like, well, look, you're building a brand. There's no reason in the world for you to muddy your brand with that BS. Like it lowers your brand because otherwise you're going to stand there and yell. Like I was just thinking, like if I'm on there and I'm not a debater, my channel's not a debate channel, but if I'm standing there yelling at kids, looks bad on me. I'm, the Orthodox Christian guy who's like giving advice and all the rest of it. I'm out there yelling at kids on a panel. It makes me look like a schmuck. So it's like, okay, look, we don't even have to deal with these people at some point. They've made themselves irrelevant. And so then I guess the question, this is just an open question, really, it doesn't have to be answered, but I guess maybe a thing to do would be to create a new infrastructure where we're like, look, we're just interested in serious people. If you're not a serious person, you don't get invited to the debate. And you prove yourself to be a serious person by not being a Destiny clone. If we watch any of your stuff and you're acting like a fool, you just don't get invited. And we have the numbers, and we have the interest, and we have the ideas, and we have the focal point. So why do we need you? And we don't need you, because that's real power.
So you sort of watch wrestling, I could tell by the.
Of course, I'm a huge wrestling guy.
Okay, so it's like this, right? The open panel has there's good things about it. Like, if you aren't a streamer and you want to get involved in a political conversation, there you go. There's a spot you could go on. You're not going to get invited on Piers Morgan as someone who doesn't have any credentials, right? You're not going to get invited to the Oxford Debate Club. Like, it's just true. It'd be like this if we use the analogy to wrestling, right? Like, yeah, you're probably going to start in some low budget, low production wrestling federations. And they might even be real shitty, like backyard wrestling type, like people smacking each other with barbed wire and bullshit like that. But once you make it to the top of the mountain, right, and you're headlining WrestleMania with 80,000 people watching you in the stadium, you're making millions of dollars, you ain't going back to the backyard wrestling shit. You ain't doing it. It's beneath you. It's not to suggest that there aren't some people in that backyard wrestling that are phenomenal. Hell, they might even be a technically better wrestler than you. But they have not built their way up in the same way. So when you look at these open panels, just imagine. Can you imagine, like, I don't give a shit who it is. Can you imagine Ron DeSantis on an open panel? Can you imagine, if you're someone who's more of an atheist, can you imagine Christopher Hitchens, who is doing all these debates? Or like Sam Harris? Like insert your person. Can you...
He might need to go. He might need to go to the indie circuit now, because he can't get invited anywhere. But yes, I see your point.
It's like at some point you have to say, and again, I should have explained myself more when I said I'm better than that. I don't mean I'm smarter. I don't mean I'm a better debater, though a lot of those people I am objectively. But what I mean is, like, what's the point of this? What's the point? I've proven, not just through my online debates, but also in debates that I did in college, being a nationally ranked debater. It's like, what's the fucking point of me sitting through people just spurging out and screaming over me? What is the utility here? And at some point you just have to be like, this isn't for me. Just like the person that's the WWE champion, he ain't wrestling in some backyard federation. It's not for him, man. It's not worth it. It only brings you down. That's all it does. And there's something on your record now that's like, look at this. Look at what this guy did. Like, oh, Rob's like putting on a resume. It's like, hey, here's why you should invite me on your show. Whoever. Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, whoever, Steven Crowder. And someone's like, oh, let's see sort of the 5 of the last things that Rob's done. Here he is yelling, people just calling him a fat fuck and screaming over him and him screaming over them. Yeah, I don't think we want this guy. That doesn't look like someone who's serious, that's having a serious conversation. And that's what happens. It drags everyone down. That's where I end up with the weird position where it's like, if that's happening, do you respond by screaming over them? So now there's this clip of you like, oh, here's this guy, Rob, that considers himself a pretty decent debater. And all he's doing is screaming over these two people are screaming back and forth. This is childish. This is stupid. It makes me look bad because I'm engaging in it. Or do I just sit there and let that person scream over me? Then I look like I'm incapable of responding. And it looks like, oh, Rob, he got blown out by this random fucking young guy that was screaming at him. Is that what I do? Or if it's on my channel, do I mute them? And then people say, oh, you had to use the mute button, you little bitch. Like, okay. Like, what's the answer? And, I, being the, born in 84 like me, I came up with the reference to the old movie War Games, right? The only winning move's not to play. At some point, you just say, nope, not for me. Sorry. I don't care. And if that means you walk away saying, Rob's afraid to debate me, fair enough. You say what you got to say. It is not the individuals. It's the sort of stylistically what's going on. I'm not trying to get in the mud with shit like that. Now, I'll get in the mud with a little bit of name calling and aggressive. That's fine. But at some point, you just have to say, what's the point of all of it? And that's how I feel for me when it comes to the panel. That's not how I feel for everyone. unfortunately, I wish there was, maybe you will do this. Maybe someone will take the open panel idea and have it be more strictly moderated with the intention of not being a shit show. Maybe that'll happen. Speakeasy already does that to some degree, and maybe that'll be a spot for new up and coming people who may be phenomenal, right? To have a chance to make a name for themselves. And then all of a sudden they're getting invited on the debates with the intent of being moderated. Maybe that occurs. But right now, I don't know. And it's similar to other left-wing panel shows, Prime Case, Dylan Burns. Those shows were the same way. Just people spurting out and screaming and this, that, and you got some nobody who, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's, some young kid that's like some communist or socialist that just wants to sit there and scream that you're a Nazi. And, what's the point? These aren't serious people. Even in that ideology, there are people that are more capable of arguing from their perspective that's worth talking to. But why talk, to these people? So I'll give you the last word. But yeah,
no, that was
perfect,
man. Yeah. So I just think that maybe the way forward is to take over the sort of the I've been saying screw the panel verse where we'll build a panel church. So like I just started doing an Orthodox panel now. Meet the Blessed, and then I'm gonna start building out other things like that, because now it's like, okay, look, if you chuckle fucks are gonna take this space and degrade the conversation at a time when there's just no time. It gets later than you think is how I end every show. It's a Father's Sarah from Rose quote. The full thing is, brothers, it's later than you think, therefore hasten to do the work of God. Like we're running out of time here, both individually and collectively. And if we're gonna do this thing, we're gonna do it. And for the left and for the right, or for anybody, right? It's like if you're gonna have real ideas and try to figure it and actually try to find a solution, or convince people, or move large groups of people with ideas, then you actually have to have good ideas. And I don't see
the truth. And the truth is, I think that there's probably more potential to move people not through debate. And I know that's hard for me to say as someone who loves debate, right? Because I think that one, just doing speeches on your own are effective, and secondly, the truth is, and this has always been the case, actions are far more powerful than words, right? And so you could be out there and making articulate cases, like for example. It's not that the left's losing the debate. That's not the issue, though they are. The issue is they can't hide how fucking hateful and spiteful they are through their actions. That's the real problem with the left. You could get someone like Andy Bashir out there who's well-spoken, who would be a good debater, who's able to sound moderate, right? But the problem is you listen to him and then you go over here and you see people being like, yeah, Charlie. And it's like, huh. Right? Or you see, Jones, the guy in Virginia, with the tweets about like, oh, yeah, I hope that my opponent's children die, and so that they'll change their voting preferences. And you look around and every Democrat's like, well, that's bad, but, what would be worse, a Republican winning? People see this. They see the riots, and so the moderate faces that are out there saying the right things, and they might even be able to debate very well. That's not going to help because the actions are more important. So from our perspective, who's someone who doesn't give a shit about the left and I want the right to win, right? From my perspective, it's more important to show who we are, right? That's what's more important. Yes, you have to be getting your message out there so people understand what position you're coming from, but people can see. And I hope that that's exhibited by a lot of the right-wing people like that I associate with and how I live my life. I'm actually a very happy person. I love life. I have fun, right? And I think you can see it with these online left people. They're miserable. They're absolutely fucking miserable, the vast majority of them. Like I'm sorry to bring it back to Destiny, but you take some guy like Destiny. By objective secular metrics, you'd be like, well, this dude has it all. Incredibly wealthy, hugely supported by a core group that like of huge numbers of people that like him, like attractive women on his arm. And he's fucking miserable. Does the guy have a friend in the world? His own son doesn't want to talk to him, which is tragic. And I truly mean this, despite the fact I dislike Destiny. That's horrible. Let him be a shithead, but still have a good relationship with his family. That's what I would wish upon him. And it's like, you see this and it's like, that's how we win. How we win is it's not, I think the debate's important and there are people that should be out there and exchanging ideas. But more important than that is, Are you presenting your message in a way that people understand? And are you showing via your actions that that is a positive way to live? And I think that that's where the left drops the ball. So the idea of it's like, at some point, it's like, yes, there's utility in me debating someone from an outsider's perspective that's like, this person's a lunatic that thinks Charlie Kirk deserves to get shot. But how much utility is there, right? I mean, what really needs to be said? Do I even have to debate well? Or do I just listen to that person talk and go, sure. Just so the audience could hear. Thank you for calling in. Glad you brought this message. Thank you so much. And then just telling the audience, this man was a Christian. This man was a father. This man was a husband. He was out there trying to exchange ideas with people that disagreed with them, and they shot him in the fucking neck, and now they're laughing about it and saying he deserved it. I mean, you don't have to be the most articulate debater in the world to be like, that's it. That's their actions show who they are. So,
all right, Rob. Thank you so much.
Love thank you, and we'll put your channel out there. We are going to. I'm going to be on your show here soon. I can't wait for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun here at the end of November.
Oh yeah. Check your DMs.
Yes, I definitely will. So, all right, man. You take it easy.
Right. You brother. Take care.
Take care. All right. Well, we got one cool person and one schmuck that I'll bring up here together. I'll leave you guess which is which. But first, super chats real quick. Continue. We're trying to get to $357 tonight. I know we could do it. It would be embarrassing if we have the great Sandy Petersen come on and we haven't achieved our goal yet. He'll be on at 3 o'clock. Game developer, worked on the original Doom, Age of Empires, was instrumental in creating the pen and paper RPG Call of Cthulhu. It's going to be an absolute base dude. Someone that is involved in sort of entertainment like that and is a right-winger. He's publicly came out and been excoriated for sins such as saying that biological men shouldn't be in female-only spaces. The horror! Also against communism. My goodness, how will he ever get hired again? Santaman 2000, $10, thanks, says, I'm right-leaning, even though I'm moderate. These liberals nowadays make no sense. My quest for a logical liberal might not end. I'm still waiting for any good argument from them. Exactly the point we're making with Jason there. Exactly the point. Their actions belie who they are. What they claim, I mean. BJC, $20, thank you, says, I recall the last time I heard you speak on the Virginia election, you were bearish. Has your opinion changed at all given the Jones text, the Spanberger debate, or the recent polling? I've heard they've improved for Sears. I'm still bearish, and here's why. Republicans are institutionally very disadvantaged in off-year elections. You could mobilize Republicans for a big national election, but on the off years, it's very difficult. In addition to that, the incumbent party always struggles in the first election after they have a big victory. So I'm still bearish, but we'll see. I certainly think the picture is better in Virginia than it was the last time you probably heard me speak about it, which says a lot. It says a lot that there's a guy that might win AG there who basically called for the death of children of his opponents. It says a lot. How would you ever trust if this dude becomes AG, any sort of law enforcement being legitimate under him? And as far as Spanberger, I mean, you need only watch the debates to see how terrible she is. And the fact that she might win against Winsome Sears just shows you how impressive that institutional advantage still is. Premonition! Thanks so much, $5, says, I would love to be part of your new infrastructure. I have an IQ for debating. How do I get in? Oh, well, I'm not really doing that stuff. I've thought about it. I've dabbled. I would absolutely enjoy sort of being involved in a community of people coming on to debate of people that I trusted to do well. So maybe it's something that I'll start. Maybe it's something that someone like Myrna Chuck will start there. Obviously, you could go to places like Speakeasy, but I'm sort of hoping that someone takes those reins because it's not something that I particularly, I'm pretty busy. I like what I do, so I'm not particularly chomping at the bit to start something up like that. But, you know, who knows? Maybe it's something that I'll eventually be compelled to do because here's the thing with setting up panels. Easy to stream it. Easy. It's easy for me to sit here and watch. Like, I'm about to bring Avarice and Manted up. It'd be easy for me to just listen to those two talk and go, That's great. Oh, by the way, everyone, don't forget to send in super chats. Anyways, back to what you guys are saying. Like, that's easy. And to actually be a competent moderator. Sometimes a little difficult, but better than most of these people around here. The hard part, though, is setting it up behind the scenes. Contacting people, getting a topic, making sure everyone's on the same page, same time, etc., etc. That part sucks, and I hate it. I used to do a show for the Crucible called The Arena that would be like 6-person panels. I fucking hated the behind the scenes stuff on that. It's just a nightmare. People canceling last minute. There wasn't one show of The Arena I did where someone didn't cancel the day of. And it's like, what a nightmare. Open panel, I guess, would be a little different, but all right. Ron Quay, $10 says Jim Bob was on the other day. Some crap happened. He just left. Everyone was like, rage quit. I want to see a good, honest debate, not low tier garbage. Guess he doesn't know the power of the panelverse. Jim Bob had a debate, though, right? And then he stuck around for the open panel. I didn't see how it ended. So Jim Bob left the open panel, and people said rage quit. Whatever. At this point, I'm going to be very selective. If I do a debate and it's like, can you stick around afterwards? I'll stick around and answer audience questions, like in the form of super chats or the occasional call-in, but I'm not really interested in doing the open panel thing. At this point, it's a shit show. So, and Geoverse, $10. Thanks. Great to hear from you. Says, shout out to you, Rob, as always. The lack impeccability in their word and logic. Dusty's channels run the same way. I don't know. And let me be as clear as possible when it comes to all this shit. I really, from the bottom of my heart, do not give a shit. I don't. I really don't. I don't care if their content every day from now until the end of time is just clips of me. Look at Rob. He looks especially fat today. Yeah, probably true. Good for them. I'm glad that there's a little economy out there that's based on watching my streams. Fine, great, grand. I don't care. I just don't see the entertainment value or the utility like in an intellectual capacity for me. So, all right. Keep getting those super chats in. Next, we have Avarice and Manted. Wow. It's like the odd couple. Isn't that great? What are you guys up to today?
Manted had a clip for you, so he's I think he's got prepared items for you. And I was gonna rant about Sandy Petersen because I don't think you're blowing it up enough. And also there's some things I want to point out that I also want to pick at, like Jehovah Witnessing and whatnot. But we'll talk about that later. Manted,
all right.
You open up and take it because we'll go by
sure,
height.
This will involve you as well because of where you live. But Rob, do you want to put it in the private chat in the backside, or in the DM it to you on Discord? The clip.
Either the private's fine, or you could just screen share. But yeah, you could private chat it. I'll bring it up.
Nah, that clip right there. And I can frame this for everybody. So we got the November 4th is midterm elections coming up. Or like the starting of midterms of elections and stuff like that, or whatever.
Newscomb,
Prop 50 in California. Yeah, everybody's like freaking out about it. This is the whole redistricting thing for the actual like midterm elections for for next year.
For every dono that comes in, Manted will speak 1% faster, so we can get through this.
Yeah. No, so this is a nice short clip, but essentially what it is, like if people aren't paying attention, especially if you're in California, but it really everywhere across the country probably should be paying attention because Prop 50 is where they're like redistricting California to take like electoral college seats and congressional seats and all that kind of stuff. And I have like the California Dems page, and they're like 5 points to what this actually is. But play the clip because this is hilarious with what he's saying. This is congressional stuff, by the way.
All right, here we go.
And I was just on the line because the DOJ is being sent out to California to monitor our election. I have an election in November, Prop 50, a statewide election. They have no business, no jurisdiction to monitor it. And
no business, no jurisdiction to monitor an election that impacts the entire country, by the way, the entire country. So let me read these 5 things, and I want to get your take, Rob, and then you, Avarice, because you live in the state. So they said that this Prop 50 levels the playing field. It makes sure the 2026 midterm elections are conducted on a level playing field without any unfair advantage for Republicans. It commits to fair redistricting. Prop 50 affirms California's commitment to independent redistricting and calls for nationwide commitment for fair and impartial maps. It gives voters the power. Prop 50 puts the power in the hands of the people of California, not in backroom politicians' pockets, to approve emergency congressional district maps in response to Trump's election rigging schemes. It's fair and proportional. The emergency map, Prop 50 provides emergency maps only because Republicans move forward with their power grab. And then finally, it's temporary, guys. Don't worry about it. These maps expire in 2030. Prop 50 preserves California's award-winning redistricting reforms and reaffirms California Citizens Redistricting Commission's authority to draw congressional districts after their censuses. But don't worry, it expires after the next presidential election. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure. Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to clear up a couple fallacies that Mantis said here first. First off, I reside here, right? I came down to the great country of California to remind the idiots here that they're a state and not a country, right? And because I have more visuals to heckle, right? You know, where I was, there was less heckling. I couldn't find those its around where I can go, I found one. Or look at it over there. We have come across a rare species of it. This one is 6'1" with 7 feet of plastic.
It doesn't live in the sewer like the other one. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting, right? So there's two ways to look at this. There's the secondary question, though maybe the more important question, of monitoring, federal monitoring. But we'll table that for a second. The first question is the nature of the redistricting. Now, what happens is this is a constant game that the Democrats play. They try to hedge their moral superiority in suggesting why it's okay for them to be blatantly hypocritical, and it's always the ends justify the means. Our opponents are literally fascists, therefore, everything we do is completely justified. So, for example, we could see that when there was redistricting that was being voted for by Republicans to favor Republicans in Texas, remember the Democrats fled so that there wasn't enough votes to hold a quorum or whatever, so they fled, and where did they go? Illinois, one of the worst gerrymandered states in the country. J.B. Pritzker's on national television out there screaming about how dare Texas gerrymander for ways that would benefit one party over another. Well, his state is the worst for benefiting Democrats, and yet without shame, that's where they went. And the truth is, both sides do the gerrymandering game. If you look at most metrics, they'll say, well, actually the Republicans do it worse, but that depends on how you look at it. For example, we can see in the New England states, Republicans have almost no representation despite the fact having 40% of the votes in the last national level election. So it all depends. The truth is neither side could sort of be able to cast stones when it comes to this. The difference is the Democrats in particular here in California, they put institutional measures in to ensure that things like gerrymandering wouldn't be done in the state. What they're doing is claiming that what Trump and company are doing is horribly immoral, therefore we're going to do it, when it's really a chicken and egg conversation, and they've been on the cusp of this from the get-go. Arnold Schwarzenegger actually was being asked about this by Bill Maher and some other people recently, who was governor of California. He's against this. He says, no, it's bad, and the entire idea was California was going to lead the way forward and say, nope, we're not going to gerrymander, et cetera, right? Because even if other states do it, we're trying to lead the path forward. So he's like, I'm against it, and it's erroneous to say that Republicans are worse than Democrats or vice versa. We just need to stop, and California will lead the way in that. Of course, Gavin Newsom's going to be against it, right? And they're going to say, we're afraid that we're going to lose a national level election, so we will screw over our citizens. And make no mistake, that's what's occurring, right? So if you're one of these, Republicans that live in California, and I know it's, our friend Avarice here, right? I know it's convenient to pretend they don't exist, but they absolutely do. I don't even know. What percentage of the vote did Trump get? 40% in California? I'll look that up here in a second. But
well, I know. So where I am, it's really heavy red area. But luckily I get 2 votes because I got another person in the household, my spouse, and I get to vote anything against Newsom with double impact.
Apparently you can register your dog to vote too. They had that woman they found that had her 3 dogs registered, and it worked for like 4 years.
Oh my God. Hades, get over here. We're going to register today.
So Trump got 38% of the vote in California, near 40, right? And so what's happening is they're trying to disenfranchise even more the Trump voter. And there are counties, particularly outside the cities in California, that are deep red. They really are. And they're trying to eliminate
the state is red. If you take the cities out, the state is like, that's every state, to be fair. But yeah, like,
that's Washington.
I wasn't familiar with the 38%.
Washington is the biggest one, the biggest perpetrator of that, right? Go look at Washington. It's a toothpick of blue that goes like a line from Canada to Portland. It's like a toothpick, right? Blue. And then everything to the right is red, and then there's a little bit of red on the left.
And I understand population density. Like, those maps are a little misleading as well. I'll try to be transparent on both sides. Like, yes, yeah, you'll have the farming counties where there's like 12 people that live there, and they all vote Trump, and then the whole county's red. So it looks better on a map. 100% agree with that. But still, the gerrymandering on both sides, it wildly weights it in one direction or another. Whoever's got control of the pen when they're drawing those maps definitely changes the way the game.
And what happens is, like, you can see Texas is like, well, okay, we're going to play that. And I'm not saying that I'm for Texas doing it any more than I'm against California doing it. Now, from the perspective of just being totally unabashed, I would rather my side win. So if both sides are going to play the game, fine, whatever. But it's not that either side has a moral claim to make to this. But perish the thought, right? And so the problem with the Democrats, what they're realizing is they're running out of states to gerrymander. They're just running out. And so if this becomes sort of an arms race of like, oh, fine, then every state will do this, they'll lose eventually, right? And so they have to couch it in, well, when we do it, it's morally superior. We're doing it for a good reason. And to me, the big interest I have in this is just how it indicates how the average Democrat works, right? Which is they will always find an excuse to do exactly what they claim to be the most immoral thing. But when they do it, it's okay. So, for example, I'll play you a clip here. This is Hakeem Jeffries, who is the leader of the Democrats in the House. And I heard Democrats flipping out because now that Barry Weiss is over at CBS, oh my gosh, it's no different than Breitbart or Newsmax. Listen to this exchange.
I want to ask you about something you said. You said Democrats, there are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You said that back in January. But recently, you've been using the term rigged elections in reference to the upcoming midterms. Democrats were appalled when President Trump used language like that. How do you justify using that now? Doesn't that undermine faith for voters? You need to show up.
No, I've been using that term in the context of Donald Trump's unprecedented effort to gerrymander congressional maps in a partisan fashion all across the country in order to rig the midterm elections and deny the ability of the American people to actually decide who should be in the majority as it relates to the House of Representatives.
You know, Democrats are also going through gerrymandering and redistricting.
No. Well, Democrats are going to push back aggressively to make sure that we have fair maps across the country, not partisan gerrymandering, which Republicans have initiated in state after state after state.
Now, here's the thing. I don't give a shit if Republicans or Democrats want to use the term rigged election. But we were told that that was a unique threat by Trump and company. So much so that if you question the 2020 election, the government helped pressure social media to say that you should be banned. You couldn't even question it. To suggest that there was something untoward or unfair about it. My goodness, it was an attack directly on democracy. And now Democrats, just like, by the way, they've said this, if you go back and look at national elections, since Bush v. Gore, they've been claiming every time they fucking lose it's rigged or corrupt. Every single time. But when you said it in 2020, oh my goodness, you can't say that. You're not allowed to say it then. You know, the one election where we massively changed the way we voted, right? Where all of a sudden we're told that the actual errors and corruption that occurred normally with mail-in votings was less in a year where states were doing it for the first time, like my state of Pennsylvania. The margin of rejected ballots was less than an average year. Nonetheless, not to get in my high horse about that a lot, you can see exactly what the tactic is here. You said saying
that clip in the middle there. That clip in the middle there. You just need to pull that where she's like, Democrats are doing the same thing. No. It's different when we do it. Like, just cutting that out and using it for everything. No. It's different when we do it. We're doing it to be fair. That's just the cherry.
And he's trying to make the argument, like, I guess because we can intuit, we're talking about places like California, that it's not redistricting in an unfair way in California. Like, he's not even willing to admit that. At least admit, like, yeah, of course this is gerrymandered and it's in a way that's kind of nonsensical, but we're doing it because nationally we think we have to. He's making a different claim. No. The way that these are being redrawn, completely rational. Even outside the scope of what Trump's doing, this would be fair. Bullshit. We know what's going on. We can see it. By the way, institutionally, the Democrats are fucked on a lot of fronts. If they know that the census was wrong and that gained them 2 to 3 seats and that could be corrected. They know that illegals shouldn't be counted in the census, and that's an extra 20 seats for them. And if the Supreme Court rules against them in this Louisiana case about whether or not you could use race when it comes to drawing districts, that's going to cost them even more seats. So they're fucked. They know that they have probably 30 to 40 seats that they shouldn't have, right? But addressing that, they'll call rigging it. And so now the very metric that they used that was like, oh, you can't question election. They do this all the time. Like, remember when Trump would be like, in his first term, he'd be like, fuck this judge. This judge is biased. And they're like, you can't question judges? And then we have Chuck Schumer out there saying Brett Kavanaugh has reaped the whirlwind as fucking assassins go to his house. And that's different. When we question a judge, when we say a judge is shitty or biased, that's because of democracy. And we have to do that. When we say elections are rigged, it's because of democracy. It's all bullshit. Right? Now, listen, I'm not saying if I would be a bullshitter if I got up here and went, oh my God, Democrats are saying the election's rigged. I can't believe I live in a country like this. Yeah, okay, whatever. They're going to fucking say that. Just like they said in 2000. Like, I get it. I'm not going to clutch my pearls about it, but they do. Why shouldn't they be held to the same standards they hold other people to? And when it gets right down to it, it's very simple. They're good. You're bad. Fuck you. They can do whatever they want. And they're going to couch
it. That's what I was going to say. That's the thing. Like, I've always been, I'm a big anti like uniparty thing. There definitely is a game that we're not allowed to play. Everybody else is playing. That's beside the point. My issue with the Democrats in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 years since I've really been paying attention is not even that they're like diametrically opposed to a lot of stuff I was raised on, what I believe in, all that kind of stuff. It's that they literally just won't bite the bullet. That's one of the reasons I like Trump so much. It's not even his policies. It literally is him saying, if he was Hakeem Jeffries in that interview and she said, well, you're doing it as well, Trump would have been like, well, yeah, they're fucking doing it, so I have to do it. Yep. Like, this is just payback. If Hakeem had come on and said, yeah, of course we're doing it. They're doing it in Texas. We have to make sure that we have California locked. We have to play dirty. They go low, we go lower. Whatever. Like, own that shit. That's my biggest issue, is them trying to dress this stuff up. They're like, oh, no, it's different when we do it. It's, we're trying to save the world. They're trying to destroy it. It's not. There's not two sides of the same coin. Like you said, it's they're bad, we're good. Our reasons are holistic and moral. Their reasons are evil and nefarious. Like, I don't know.
And it matriculates down to like the individual level. So like, I'm someone that for years fought against the idea of cancel culture. Now, let me define cancel culture and what I meant. I'm not trying to get someone fired because of some post they made on social media. I'm not. Right? With rare exceptions. Like, if you're working with children and you're putting posts out that's sexualizing children or something, okay. But that's different, right? But the idea of like, oh, you said something I don't like, so I want you fired, right? Or we should, organize boycotts of particular companies because we don't like the way that they're doing things culturally or politically. I was like, no, cooler heads will prevail. We're not going to engage in this. But the truth is, cooler heads didn't prevail. And that there was
now we boycott everything. Yeah. I stand on this.
So then it's like, okay. So then eventually we're like, fine. If that's how the game's going to be, and we're going to keep losing the culture war because one side's playing for keeps and the other side isn't, fine. Then we'll do the same thing. And they're instantly like, oh, so you never believed in your principles. You never believed. You didn't believe in that. And it's like, what do you want from us? At some point you just want to, and it's the same how they weaponize Christianity. A bunch of people that don't believe in Christianity that want to misinterpret what's going on and say that we should be held to their standard of what they interpret Christianity to be. What do you mean Christian nationalism? Jesus was against the idea of countries. You should just allow your country to have open borders and a bunch of people to settle in this country that will persecute you for your religion. That's the Christian thing to do. Fuck you. Fuck you. At the end of the day, I'm sorry. I don't give a shit anymore. All of this couched in like saying that we had to live up to some standard that you're unwilling to hold yourself to. Go fuck yourself. You don't care about me. You look at me as the enemy. So I don't give a shit when you're going to say that I have to live up to some standard. I'll live up to that standard when people that aren't you criticize me. That I'll do. So if Mantic comes on and says, Rob, I thought you were against sort of banning people for like stupid reasons on your channel, but look what you did. I'll listen to that. I can listen to some lefty. Fuck them. I don't care. Well, let me be clear. Some lefty that's exhibited that sort of behavior in the past.
Sure.
That's why I one of the panels I did on Sarah's was we should laugh and ridicule people that want to bitch about Trump's lawfare that supported it when Democrats did it. Fuck you. We warned you. We told you over and over. If you break this glass ceiling for nothing, 47 felonies, and for what? For a fucking misdemeanor that campaigns do all the time? A campaign finance question? The exact same crime that Hillary's team was found guilty of and had to pay a $100,000 fine. And you're going to give Trump 47 felonies in the middle of an election. And one of the dudes that was at the top of the DOJ just happens to resign and go work for Alvin Bragg right at this time. Just happens to. And it's the same time that we see all these lawfare instances popping up, just timed perfectly, right when Trump was running for president. And so now I'm going to listen to these people go, that's outrageous that James Comey got indicted. Go fuck yourself. I don't care, right? Like, you broke the glass ceiling. I would have rather it not happen, but to the extent... Now, how does this go with gerrymandering, and all this shit, and sort of the double standard that their claims of couching this in morality? I actually want both sides held to the same standard. That's the difference. I have no problem. I'll still say this. If Donald Trump seriously broke a serious law, hold him accountable. I don't care at all. For my money, J.D. Vance would probably do things in a more articulate, competent way than Trump does on a lot of the issues that I care about. So I don't care, right? And if Vance did something, then arrest him too. The difference is these people want a weaponized justice system. They want a two-tiered system when it comes to both culture and when it comes with our political machinations. That's what they want. And they lie and pretend. That's why I could actually support more people that I think are grotesque, like someone like Vosh, that's just like, yeah, I want a world where people are literally shooting guns at Patriot Prayer. Yep. It's like, okay, at least that's honest. As opposed to so many of these lefties like, oh, no, it's just, if we shoot those guns at Patriot Prayer, it's because it's the moral thing to do. Fuck you. Just say it. It's power. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Look, it's my favorite weapon. It's what I've been on for. It's the thing I've been on for like 6-7 months now. And it's precedent. That's the weapon now. And there's a warning attached to it. It's a double-edged sword. But just like you're saying, if they're going to do it, we just need to do it as well. But in the same token, don't push for things that can be weaponized against you as well, unless you're willing to deal with it. That's not even saying like don't do X, don't do Y. Just know that when you say, yes, we need to redistrict the entirety of Texas to make sure that we win, they're going to do it in California. Sure. But on the same side, when they come in and they say, look, our police are dismantling stuff, you don't have to bring the National Guard in, then everybody can riot and things like that. Understand that when you do that, and January 6th happens again and the National Guard can't get activated, you set the fucking precedent for that. So I'm down to play the game. Just understand, you're writing the rules. We never set any of the rules. We're only following yours.
Ryan Mullally, who I'm going to be doing a show with, like the idea for his show is like, he's like, Rob, you're more of like a demolition person and I'm more of a building up. I agree with that in the sense that Trump's a demolisher. Like, Trump's not the guy that I think's the key person to be like, how do we... Like, there's certain things you could say, well, Trump's building the economy and stuff like that, whether you agree or disagree with his plans. But largely what Trump is a fuck you. Trump, that's what it is. If you get right down to it, Trump's a fuck you. Trump
always
is...
has been. Yeah.
That's it. It's that simple. There are people in this country that think that the system's so corrupt and no one in culture or politics gave a shit about him. And here's this bulldozer, Trump. Yes, let's vote for him. Now fuck him. Go get him, Trump. That's it. That's the beating heart of what the support for Trump largely was. Because the system was so fucked up for so many people in this country that fell overboard. Here was a guy that was willing to be like, he's going to be the fighter, right? And like, Dave Chappelle has a joke where he talks about this, right? He's like, the moment I knew Trump was going to win was the first debate with Hillary, when Hillary's like, this man doesn't pay his taxes. And Trump's like, yes, that's true, because of policies that people like you have made. And you made them because the wealthy donors that support you also don't pay their taxes.
Yeah,
you can change that, but you won't, because you want those wealthy donors.
Literally day one, and that's what I said, and that was the precedent thing. El Reyna in chat even says, we have to play their dirty game, sadly. Don't use that kind of language. That's not the right language. It's not a dirty game when they set the rules. When you're playing with your older brother or older sister, and they say 1 for you, 2 for me, when you're the one dealing, you now get to say 1 for you, 2 for me. Their rules makes it not dirty at that point. So don't use that kind of stuff. Your words matter.
And the whole lawfare shit. Look, the difference is almost all the time when we say, fine, same system that you're doing, it's actually a better case for us, right? So the idea of we're going to get Trump because we're going to change the law in New York in a way that's never been done so that we're going to make a misdemeanor a felony and we're going to go after him. And we're going to say, with Letitia James, we're going to say, oh, there's this mortgage issue or this loan issue where, granted, the bank was happy and completely got paid back, but we're going to use it to fine Trump $500 million in the middle of an election, right? Fine. If that's how it's going to be, I don't want them to make bullshit up. Perish the thought. But there are legitimate crimes that have been committed by people in these sort of establishments. So fuck it, get them. And we all know it. We all know. Like, I ask people this. Ask a Democrat this. Do you think that there are people doing insider trading in Congress? Of course. Right. All we're suggesting is going after them. That's it. Why shouldn't we? You started it, you motherfuckers. You wanted this. You said, yes, get that motherfucker. Orange man bad. Okay. We'll play that game too. And my favorite is they'll say, well, be careful, because when they get back in power, they'll do what? Try to get the guy that was the previous president and throw him in prison for the rest of his life? Assassination attempts against him? They'll shut us down on social media so that we can't talk.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit, that's what happened already. You know? So it's like, and like, again, the guy I'm going to be doing a show with, Ryan Mullally, I asked him, I said, if Trump pulled the reins back and said, you know what, we're not going to do any of this shit, you know, blah, 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 no lawfare. Next time Democrats get in power, would they stop? He says, no. Right. That's exactly it. So you destroy, you employ the same tactic that they used against you, against them, right? In a legitimate way. I'm not asking for breaking the law or anything like that. Just use the full force of the law in a legal way against them. And then you hope that there's like a detente where it's like, okay, we're crying uncle now. We've had enough. Let's get rules in place to ensure that this shit can't happen. Because I'm telling you right now, if I'm Trump, I'm pardoning every motherfucker I ever met. Everyone.
Oh, literally, yeah. The last 5 minutes, he literally just needs to play the Joe Biden speech and then like perfectly copy the write-up that pardoned literally everybody that he's ever even like breathed in a general direction of, and then to key it up just nice. Don't even sign it by hand. Run the fucking auto signature.
Yes, why not?
And run the camera right on top of it and have fucking JD Vance sitting there running the thing. Do it that way. It's all legal. You're allowed to do it.
Anyone who visits him at the White House, anyone who's worked on the team right now, I already have it written up, just waiting for the signature. Right? Then if they piss you off later, rip it up. But I would. There could be thousands upon thousands.
Have the guest book. Just have the part, like just label it pardons, and when you sign it, you're just getting a future pardon. Yeah.
I don't know why.
For every federal
I just see this whole conversation. I just see Manton when we lose to the left in one presidential election, whether it be 4 years from now or 8 years from now, and Manton have this bazooka in his hand with a sign that said, "You thought you had more guns."
Yeah, you have no idea. Yeah. But it's, I mean, like,
it's seriously, time, baby. It's our turn.
It's everything they do, and like a lot of this shit, I don't want to see happen. Like there are things that they embrace that still I'm unwilling to, like political violence. I won't embrace
You got Mrs. Manton. Is that a bazooka launcher? No, it's firework display. What are you
Super
talking
Soaker
about?
3000.
What are you this is for the fireworks.
Yeah. But like you try to tell, like, you know, I told people I spent the entire summer of 2020 panel after panel after panel arguing with these lefties. I was like, I would show them the clip of Richard Spencer. He was asked in an interview, how'd you get so many people come to your movement? He was like, simple, Black Lives Matter. Easy. Right? When people want to play the racial identitarian game on one side, eventually the people on the other side get tired of being demonized. So even in a world where they never would have tried to identify based on their like race, now they have no choice. They feel that they have to. So the best thing for our movement is their movement, right? And then that would be counter as well. Best thing for like racial identitarian black groups is racial identitarian white groups. Though they have to fucking blow it out of proportion. Nonetheless, you see the problem. I was telling people over and over, I was like, when you say that Black Lives Matter could riot and it's just the voice of the unheard and it's not that bad, blah, 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 you're aware that eventually the other side will play that game. And when they do, you're going to lose your fucking mind. You're going to say it's the biggest. I have clips of this. And people are like, no, we would just say, fair enough. To this day, the only argument they have is January 6th. That's it. Yeah. That's all they have. And one of the reasons that January, let's take like sort of, I use the word in a literal sense, conspiracies out of it because I believe most of these conspiracies, but let's just take it at face value for what January 6th was, right? Like a riot that got out of control, one, right? They'll look at that and that to them is a seminal moment in their life. And we're like, we could show you hundreds of those, hundreds. Hell, we can show you them attacking the White House. We can show you that. And
they won't compare that to Chaz or Chop at all. They won't even compare that.
They can't entertain it.
They won't. Because one's a federal building, and you're like, but the police station, they're like, that doesn't count. What? Like,
that doesn't count. And like, so if you say, like, the key difference was this, even if we take it at face value, everybody knows the left's going to riot. We know it. I know it. You know it. The left knows it. The right knows it. We all know. So when they showed up to D.C. on May 30th, we knew they were going to fucking riot. So there was a police presence there. When right-wingers show up, it's a shock if they riot. But it was inevitable because inevitably they see the other side getting away with it, and it works. And I'll give you another example. This is not political, but I fucking hate to say this. It pains me to say it because I preach against political violence a lot. The truth is, when you saw Muslims decided they were going to fucking kill people because they didn't like depictions of Muhammad, it worked. The Western press ain't going to print those fucking pictures. The Charlie Hebdo picture. No fucking way. You can make fun of Christ all you want. You could have pissed Christ. You could make fun of him on a daily basis. No problem whatsoever. But we ain't going to say shit about Islam. Now, you might say, well, it didn't work because behind the scenes, we're all like, what the fuck? These lunatics. Which is true for normal people, but not for lefties. They embrace it. Did you see the clip the other day of in the UK? I'll see if I can find this one for you real quick. It's a bunch of people marching.
While you're digging that up, I saw a clip out of the UK from the weekend as well. Literally with the call to prayer in the background, they're arresting like a Christian street preacher because they're saying that what he's doing makes the other people uneasy. With the fucking going on in the background. It was absolutely mind-boggling. I'll see if I can find that and send it to you.
They arrested this Jewish guy not long ago for having like the little yarmulke on or whatever bullshit because it was offensive to the Muslims that were there. Watch this clip. I think this is, I don't know where exactly this was, but this is over the weekend in the UK.
No need for that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro.
Lefty holding a megaphone that's getting shoved. There's no need for that. We're on the same side. The Muslims like, no, we're not.
No, we're not.
That's it, right? That's how these people, these lefties will look at it. Like they would look at the people that stormed Charlie Hebdo and murdered cartoonists. Left-wing cartoonists, mind you. Charlie Hebdo was a satirical paper from the left. And they'd be like, well, you know, that's bad. But same with the Charlie Kirk thing. In fairness, they were racist. So,
yeah, they should have known that that was a possibility. Well, guys, guess what? You should know what the possibility is if you continue to do these things. Again, not advocating for anything. Just know that if my friends get killed in the streets or my house or my business gets burned down, I'm not going to stay in this very nice America chair.
It's not advocacy. It's just pointing out the reality. Like I told people during the Black Lives Matter riots, I was like, I lost real life friends over this. I had a mutual friend contact me and say, did you know that some of our friends are involved in a text group and they said that we all need to disassociate from you because you've lost your fucking mind? And I'm like, oh, what sort of Alex Jones laden rant did I go on that pissed them off? And it was something very benign. I was basically saying this, look, as a somewhat civil libertarian, I don't want to see the National Guard on streets of the U.S. soil. I don't want to see it. However, what choice do we have at this point? If Democratic mayors and Democratic governors are either incapable of or willfully allowing these riots to continue and they refuse to accept the National Guard, what are we supposed to do? Right? And so I said the outcomes, there's only three possible outcomes. One is we send in the National Guard, not a good outcome, but okay, let's see the other two. Second is, I guess we just let the left win. And so the lesson's now illustrated in perpetuity in the United States. If you don't like things, you just riot and we all kowtow to it. That seems very bad, right? That's a prescription for perpetual riots till the end of days from any side that feels aggrieved. Or the third option is pogroms, roof Koreans. And I was like, what you're going to see is Americans start shooting other Americans. That's what's going to happen. That's not me calling for it. In fact, perish the thought. I don't want that. That's why I pushed for the National Guard. And my friend said, you're a fucking lunatic. Not 2 weeks later, Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed someone. And it was inevitable. It's not me calling for that. It's like, this is human nature. You can't see what's going on. If one side keeps punching you in the... I've seen it a million times. It's like when I was a bartender. You'd see some chick like slap a guy in the face like 3-4 times. And you could see the rage build in the guy's eyes. And you're like, here we go. And she'll hit him and hit him and hit him and hit him. And then finally he fucking pops her in the nose. And everyone's like, oh! And it's like, what'd you expect to happen? Once the violence is coming from one side over and over and over again, the other side's going to say, fine, we'll play that game too. And the fact that the left's too fucking stupid to see this, it's not even that they're too stupid, actually. That's not the issue. You can't, like, I've talked to these people over and over again. I can't, like, I would be like, oh, you're forced censoring people online for COVID disinformation? What are you going to do when, what if George Bush would have censored people for criticizing the attack in Iraq? How would that have made you feel? They can't see it. They're like, but we're good people and you're not? Of course the rules that we're enforcing on you shouldn't be enforced on. Is that even a question? Like, they can't, to them it's no different. I mean, it's truly no different than being like, we're basically the fucking, Austrian painters party at the Nuremberg trials. So they're just like, of course, like, hey man, I've watched Inglourious Bastards. Bring out the bear Jew to smack you in the head with the fucking ball bat. That's it. And if I'm like, but what if someone did that to you? But I'm not a fan of that Austrian painter. Why would they ever do it? So what do you mean? Right? Like, you are literally evil incarnate. We could do whatever we want to you. And when you get into power and you say, okay, well, we're going to start to do just a fraction of what you've done to us, they're going to be like, this is outrageous. See, this proves that you're evil incarnate. We're anti-fascist. What do? Well, we use violence and intimidation to silence people we don't like. Well, that sounds awfully fascist of you. No. You must have misheard me. We're anti-fascist? You see? You see how that works? It's so fucking dumb. So at some point, you just got to throw your hands up and say, fine, we're not going to go as far as you, but we will be effective in a moral and justified framework and legal framework. That's what we're going to do. So I'm not calling for violence or any shit like that. What I'm saying is, then yes, we'll deploy the fucking National Guard. Yes, we'll declare the Insurrection Act. Fuck you. That's what other choice did we have? Right? You backed us into a corner so much that we're going to use whatever institutional power we have to start fighting back against this shit because you want us dead. Or even, I mean, dead's worse, I guess, but it's not necessarily dead. As Destiny puts it, they want us to fear for our lives. They want us silent, shut up in a corner until we die out. That's what they want from my community.
That one's actually worse, by the way. Dead is tough for sure. Dead is bad, but they want singular people dead. They want everybody to be afraid. So we're talking about orders of magnitude here. You might as well be dead if you have to cower in your house, and they want all of us cowering in our houses, cowering at our jobs, cowering on social media. That is what 80 million people or 40 million people they want to be silent and afraid rather than 4 people dead.
All right. I promise we're going to move on to what Avarice has to say. But I will read super chats here.
I'm good. I'm just here for the show. So
Letty, $5 says that Jim Bob leaving is almost identical to the type of bad open panels you experience, constant interruptions. Well, I think Jim Bob's grown more as a debater than almost anyone I've ever seen. I think he's fantastic. And I think the leaps and bounds he's made in like 2 years has been amazing. He's a very smart dude. He's very funny. And he doesn't have time for bullshit like that either. So I'm not surprised. JW Thorpe, $20 says, the other thing I think that should be factored in is the Supreme Court case on racial gerrymander. Yep. If they rule against it, it'll change a lot of current district maps. Yes. And it should be rolled against. And it was laughable. It looks like there's a chance that that's going to be overruled. It'll be like at best a 6-3 or a 5-4. But the questions were laughable. That's what I played you from Ketanji Brown Jackson saying, like, it's like black people are like the disabled. How could they get to voting booths? Oh, sweet Lord. Like,
That's what we need to do. We need to let them talk a lot of the time. Like, we don't even have to sit on here and your whole show could just be grabbing clips from all these people and we'll just listen to that for 3 hours. They make all of the cases for us. You just have to listen a little bit.
These race hucksters, they would make their racism and bigotry of low expectations is so laughable. It'd make a Klansman blush under his hood. Like, not even they could come up with like, wait a minute. So you just said that black people being asked to like, because keep in mind, the argument isn't, well, black people can't get to a polling place. It's that they need their own polling place. They're still going to have to go to a polling place. It's just we need our own from our own district. The literal physical building would be the exact same physical building they would have to go vote at. It would just be a different district now. And they're like, oh my God, how could you ask black folks to do that? That'd be like asking a man with no legs to climb 20 stairs.
Let's pay attention as we over the course of the next year, definitely in the next week, but over the course of the next year, as we get to the midterms and everybody's pushing for voter ID and stuff again, Listen to how they walk away, how they distance themselves from voter ID as well. It's too hard for these people to get a voter ID when you walk into a building and just say, "Hey, can I show you that I'm a legal citizen?" It's too expensive. It's $25, mind you, in most places.
Almost
So,
every state has
again,
free IDs, by the way.
yeah. So it's bonkers, man.
And then when they actually go in the inner city, I've seen these interviews over and over again where they actually like man on the street type interviews. They'll go to like the inner city and be like, "Do you think ID's racist?" And they'll be like, "No, I have an ID on me right now." It's like, yeah, the people in the inner city don't think it's racist, but a bunch of elite educated liberals think it is. It's a fucking joke. Ron Quay, $5. No one is above the law. The bar for an investigation is extremely low, right? And I've been saying that over and over and over again since Trump got elected. Those are the two things that I was told every single fucking lawfare case against Trump, no matter how much bullshit it was. No one's above the law, Rob. And the bar for starting an investigation is very low. So if we're wiretapping a president of the United States' team, hey, legally, the FBI is allowed to do that. You're right. Now let's keep that energy going, right? Oh, yeah. Now it's lawfare. Holy shit. That's outrageous. Well, sorry. Sorry that you're now reaping what you sowed and you don't like it. Tactic $20 says, this is what, the third time in my lifetime the Democrats took a serious attempt to re-gerrymandering the state. I'm 43. Katie Porter's also pushing Prop 50. Let's screw over the voting populace here to circumvent another state. That's the argument. Absolutely, that's what they're doing. Katie Porter, there's a fucking winner too. Adam Dole, what's up?
Interview as well, right? Like she's the one that dipped on that interview when she couldn't answer questions, but then will turn around, guarantee if a Republican candidate goes up and is like, "Whoa, hey, I'm not going to answer that question." She'd be the first one on a microphone going, "What? Are you going to let him get away with this? Won't answer questions in front of the public?"
Well, I've said this, right? Like the argument, it sort of goes back to this idea. When they were talking about Elon buying Twitter, right? And they're freaking out. The truth is, it's because they rely on total control of the narrative. And so even a small percentage is something that they can't tolerate, And I said, if you showed Democrats circa 2022 and you said, listen, 95% of people that are moderating social media or owning the companies, et cetera, that are in charge with like enforcing sort of company policy, 95% of them are Democrats. They'd be like, that's fucking outrageous. Why isn't it 100? That would literally be their argument. And you'd be like, huh? And they'd be like, that's disgusting. This can't stand. They'd be marching on Twitter headquarters. They would. That's how they are. They feel like, and that is something that you tip your cap to them. We want to talk about not one step back. These people won't be happy till your fucking children are taken away from you. That's how they feel. They, Sam Hyde.
It's not how they feel. It's what they've said. They've literally said that. So it's not even feel. It's what they want.
They want you murdered, and they'll laugh at you.
Yeah,
that's what they want. And it's like, it's fucking insane. It is a zealotry beyond even my comprehension, but it's impressive. It really is. It's like, holy shit. And when you understand that, it's like, are you going to listen to these people then tell you like, but Jesus says that you should have open borders and that you shouldn't involve yourself in the political process because he was against the idea of a nation state. So you just have to let people that are basically fucking demonic degenerates run your country. It's surreal that like they expect us to take this argument serious anymore. Adam, great to hear from you, man. $5 says, did I see Pisco's debate with Dave Green? Dave is great. I did not. But maybe I'll check that out. Dave Green is great. I wonder what the debate was on. I'll have to check it out. Tactic, $10 says, regarding Prop 50, Dems have had the redistricting maps made for a while, yet they recently updated it. Did you see their committee for who chose where the lines are drawn? It's a huge FU to Californians. Yeah, the committee, it's been a hot minute since I saw this, but yeah, it's a fucking joke, right? The people that make up this committee, it's exactly what you would expect. And then Mohammed Clovenhoof, quite the name, gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Trying to get to that goal of 357 before we bring on Sandy Petersen. On that note, Avarice, I know you had a lot to say.
Yeah, I made one grammatical error. I said Jehovah's Witness when I meant Mormon. I knew it was one of the Church of Latter-day Saints. I mistake the two.
Yeah, I think Sandy is Church of Latter-day Saints, correct?
Yeah, Church of Latter-day Saints. So that's a fun injection to make because a lot of the things he does is very in the Cthulhu style way of things. So I mean, I just wanted, I wanted to ask like a lot of his representatives, because this is like my era, right, of growing up, his era. We've actually at one point crossed paths in a manner of speaking.
See you, man. Ted. I see that, man. Thanks so much, man.
Oh,
Yep.
later,
Catch you later, Avarice. Yeah, I'll be listening, but I gotta get out of here, gentlemen.
I'll hit you up
All
later
right.
too about some strategy shit. So
We'll see you later. We actually crossed paths.
finally, that crusty old bastard's out of. No, I'm just kidding.
Sasquatch is gone. We found him. So we crossed paths. So back when I was a kid in high school, my job wasn't actually working for any of these major companies, but it was doing the where you go and they give you a product, and then they product test in front of you, and then they give you $80 for like showing up for 3 hours and listening to their product test or whatever it may be. And one of the things I did was at Microsoft, and that was my first entry right into getting to know these people. I did a game that they had there, and then we got welcome back. Right. So I moved on from there to getting welcome back. One of the projects that I was working on at that time was Quantum Redshift on the original Xbox, and Hellbender was another one on Microsoft. These were a few games at the time. Monster Truck Madness were a few that I was testing through these times. And Age of Empires actually came through number 2, not 1. I was too young for that one to come through me working. But Age of Empires 2 actually came through my playtest when I was going through I was working at the time at this Redwood, what they called the Redwood West B building in Redmond, Washington. So I don't think he, and this is why I want to ask, I don't think he ever was at the Redwood West B building. I think he was with Embark Studios, which was different in location or ensemble. So that would be something.
I'll try to ask him. I do think that you're right that I've undersold this, right? Not just because I think that Sandy's sort of still pushing. I mean, overwhelmingly, his presence online is dealing with video games and dealing with like pen and paper games, but he's certainly someone that epitomizes, I think, what a lot of us talk about we want to happen, which is people that are in sort of entertainment spaces that come from a right-wing perspective. And he's vocal about it. And I'm sure it's I'm interested to hear him. I'm sure it's cost him opportunities.
Well,
right?
And that's what I've been getting at this whole time. This is the rhetoric I've been speaking at. Everyone in the right space gets hit in massive directions, and you don't see it, and it may be subtle, or they might be they might get put off into these fringe cult sections. Like a good example is Ethan Van Sciver in the comic one. I say this all the time. Mm-hmm. He's now doing his own project with Cyberfrog because where's he gonna go?
Yeah.
Right. And the same thing, I know this one's more left, is more fringe left, but the same thing could be that way too. Same thing would go with like American McGee. So far left that nobody wants to go that way, right? So like
well, I'm very interested in that aspect of it. And then the other thing is, I'm sure there's a billion things that people that understand like the history of video game or coding or whatever would have a bunch of awesome questions to ask. I don't really know much on that front. But one thing I do want to talk to him about is, what does he think about sort of like AAA studios being dog shit at this point, and sort of the idea of prioritizing messaging over fun? Because it seems to me that's, yes, AAA studios' messaging's dog shit. It's a bunch of leftist bullshit that we should boycott. But even outside that perspective, even if it was a message that I agreed with, like, what happened about video games just like fucking prioritizing fun?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that rhetoric, to be honest, because I feel like the goalpost is shifting as we speak. If you just watch the gaming community, right? And that's like, it's like saying, how do you feel about the AAA? Well, I think the AAA, because of that, they're collapsing right now. We're watching the collapse.
I guess you're right. I think there is the pendulum shifted back, but this was certainly for the past 6 years.
Well, you can ask what that looked like would be a better question. What it looked like having to watch it happen, right? But I think we are watching the collapse of what happens when you put too much of your agenda in a game. I think
this is what he said. So I saw I did a little bit of research. So I saw he put this post up. We'll see what you think of this. And I wanted to ask him specifically. He says, here's the life cycle of a game company. 1, passionate team forms and makes a great game. 2nd, they get bigger. They're still passionate, make another great game. At this point, there's a fork in the road. You must choose only one ending. 3A, you lose your soul and become big and awful. This is what happened at Microprose. 3B, you're bought by a giant soulless corporation. Your soul's eaten by them. This is what happened to Ensemble Studios. Or 3, you're murdered by a giant soulless corporation.
That's what he's saying. So that's what I was talking about. So Ensemble Studios, right? Microsoft production team. And this was because they were just a production team. And this is the era I'm really wanting. And this is what I think you're missing. I'm spurging on top of myself. Let me break. I'm going to slow it down here. I think this is where you're missing the main source of your questions is not what is happening now, right? It's what happened to make it happen. Like the purchase from the publications from the producers, right? And then when the publishers became the producers or overtook them, Microsoft was a publication company, not a game company, right? Let's look at this in bigger things. Gearbox Studio was a publication company. And then like it made the gear because then Valve helped with Gearbox, and then that whole fucking thing broke out. It's how these breakout companies are to what they were today. So Ensemble, all these micro companies that started in the small days are now just bigger pieces of a clog, and all of them are just conjoined now. And now you're in, or you're out, and there is no other in. Right. And this is what we're getting at. Now, the barrier of entry of becoming a game developer, but it's just hard. And they're like, well, how hard is it? Well, you have to start indie, and then you have to throw something up there, and then you have to go 99 cents and then try to have someone pick you up and hope. Right. It's just different.
Yeah. It's Manton says this is most clearly defined by what happened with Blizzard Activision, where now that, I mean, and then you saw sort of like, all of this fucking like the culture at Blizzard and Activision. Oh my gosh, was it sexist? Was it? And it just keeps delving into this fucking like insane, we've become this big conglomerate, and now all of a sudden all this PR and HR shit's necessary. And oh, by the way, good game. Yeah. Who the fuck has time for that? Right? Like it's all this other superfluous bullshit. But I do think you're right. It's amazing to me. Like, I don't know much about this, right? But it's like how I envision like so much of like entertainment goes. Like just imagine like a movie for a second, right? So imagine that you're a distributor or something for a movie. And then all of a sudden you're like, you know what? We could make movies, right? We're not just going to be distributed. We're going to be involved in the creative aspects. And it's like, no, you probably fucking suck. Right? So like a lot of these publishers that all of a sudden decide like, well, we're going to take like these IPs that have been doing really well or these smaller companies and we're going to put them under our brand. Like, isn't this what you hear happens in the movie world all the time? Like you got some director and some writer that's got a good vision and then the studio gets involved and they're like, we're taking over. And then you get dog shit, right? Because it turns out the real artistic vision was with the, the artist might fail. That's possible. But once you water it down, all of a sudden what made this sort of artist, or in this case, the video game developer, the people that are actually creating it, what made it special and that people loved about it, now it gets watered down. So, I mean, I'm trying to think of like specific games that this has happened to.
Well, I'm thinking
Civilization, would that be one? Where it's like...
I avoid civ topics, but like...
I know, that's why I brought it up.
No, what I'm getting at is there's a difference between like product placement in a game and oversaturation without it being satire, right? And then they push the agenda, right? For example, people do and they buy things unknowingly. Like I like Pacific Drive. It's a game I play all the time, right? But all the skins on there you have to pay for or you have to unlock, except the gay and tranny skins that are free at the beginning. Why are these free? Why are these not things that I have to buy? Why is it something I don't promote? Why is it something completely different? Why is this the only thing that's free? And if you're allowing this to be the free thing, that's the ideology you're pushing because everybody gets it. It's not locked behind something else or something that doesn't have to work towards it. And that's it in the gaming industry. That's where I look at That's where I look at these big barriers is they give all the free stuff is this gay ideology while they lock us our American flag. I have to pay $5 for an American flag. Why?
Yes. And it is like, and I think that it's very similar. Again, I liken to like movies and stuff, right? Like you want to shoehorn sort of your politics into your movie, right? So thanks, Spirit. By the way, I see that. It's great. No one gives a shit that there can't be a strong female character. It just has to be organic. It's the difference of this. If you're like, we're going to make a great movie, and the subtext of that movie has some sort of message, that's fine. But oftentimes now what it is we're going to make a message. And then secondary to that will be like, oh yeah, the movie, right? And then what comes out is dog shit. So what comes out is you take a franchise like Star Wars that was fucking deeply loved and had all this lore, and it's like, forget about all that shit. We're going to purposely shit on the legacy characters, create a new Mary Sue character that never has to face any challenges because girl boss, baby. And then when you're like, well, this is dog shit, and they're like, oh, you just hate strong female leads. It's like, man, I watch Alien at least once a year. Fuck you. You know, but that's a good movie that happens to have the subtext of a strong female lead. Not a movie that they set out and was like, let's make a feminist girl boss movie.
You just made a light bulb point for me. I just thought about all the, like, you flashed all the movies in front of me, and I thought about all the cool guy characters, and they usually go through massive hardships. And then you think about all the girl boss characters, and they just instantly have it.
It's the way it is. And it's not just, that's certainly the case, but like the idea of shitting on legacy characters, like look at Marvel. Like, listen, now all these characters that were never big in the fucking comic books, like, well, Captain America is huge in the comics. He's a character that people identify. But Falcon is now Captain America. And trust me, bro, he's cooler than Captain America. And like, and it's like all of these characters, it's like, oh, these guys are way stronger and way cooler than the characters you liked before. And oftentimes what they'll do in that rush, particularly with female characters, is there's no flaws. It's just, we didn't have any hardships. We just started off as fucking, it's not, here's the difference. For a male character, they go through a hero's journey. They have to grow. For a female character, the journey is complete, and it's you that has to grow. It's everyone else that has to grow to accept them. You see, they've already been the hero. It's that the evil male gaze refuse to accept it. So the growth has to occur by the people surrounding the female character. Whereas if it's a male character, they have this like sort of like, I mean, again, you could go look at Iron Man. Iron Man, drunk, playboy guy, fucking, gets kidnapped, has to, it builds himself up, and he struggles with these things. Now let's
missing his heart.
Now let's take Iron Heart, right? Well, she's a girl boss. And she's better than Tony Stark. And her only struggle is she's not rich. But she'll remind you over and over again, I'm better than Tony Stark. It's just that I'm not rich. I've already grown. I already exist as the perfect character. I'm the peak. It's just my surroundings are wrong. That's it. It's the same with Rey from fucking Star Wars. Same thing, right? It's like all of a sudden, it's like, what's her hero's journey? She starts out, by the way, you're a Jedi. Great. I can do everything. I'm way stronger than all the Jedi that came before me. And it's boring. At some point, you're just like, it's not just patronizing. It's fucking boring. It's like, what's the point of watching this? Like, yeah, you suspend your disbelief. The good guy's going to win and all that shit. But you're willing to suspend the disbelief because you're going along for the story, for the journey. But if it's like, well, no one can fucking touch me. Like, imagine that you, like, it's the equivalent of this. Like, let's say you had a movie and it's just like, Superman versus my local gang. And it's like, at some point you're like, I don't know. I'm not really compelled to think that Superman's in any danger here whatsoever. Like, their big plan's like, what we'll do? Firearms are bouncing off him. Let's get ball bats and try to hit him with ball bats. Yes.
If we play this with the theme of the Warriors, this might work. Hold on.
That's not bad. I love the Warriors, right?
Yeah, we just get some Warriors, Superman, and just crush everybody.
It's just, but I think that the same's true in like games, right? Like, and now it's like, and it's the same in the movie industry. I think there are probably games that have female protagonists.
Well, I talk about this in games, right? I talk about this. Games are too easy now. I talk about this all the time. Games, and this is why games used to have this curve. They used to be hard. Go play. I challenge any new person or child here of the age 20 to go play GoldenEye on the 64 or on your Xbox or whatever. Go play it and go unlock all the cheats. But you can't do it. not without a guide. Not without a guide. You know
Go play Double Dragon on the NES.
And we didn't have and here's the thing: we didn't have a guide to tell you this on the internet. We didn't have YouTube telling you how to speed run level 3, right? So this was all like rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. You know, these kids, they get, and I talk about Minecraft is a big subverter. They used to do it right, but now they just allow creative mode and it just lets them go free. And then I always get the contention, but it lets them use their imagination. It lets them use their imagination. That, to be honest, that's not the point of the game. The game designer was the imagination. They made the world. That was the idea. It's your idea to in a game. It's your job to figure out the puzzles to get to the end. And it's not to be imaginative.
You're right
about that sorts.
Games are much easier, and and the idea of there are games that get called woke that probably aren't really woke. Come on up, but the problem is this is certainly true of movies. Like, I didn't watch Mad Max Furiosa, but people I trust watched it and was like, great movie, right? But I'm like, I don't have interest in watching a Mad Max movie without Mad Max that's been replaced by a female lead. Yeah, but she does great. Maybe, but I've been burned too many times. I just don't give a fuck. Now, that movie is going to suffer by the fact that you had all these bullshit Mary Sue female lead characters. And so it's just like, nope. And people are like, yeah, but she's not really like that. Like, it's not the same as like Ray. She's actually going through a tough time, and she's not just girl boss, I'm the best at everything. Doesn't matter. I don't give a shit because I've been burned too many times. I'm done. I don't care. It's been oversaturated to the point of and that's the truth of it with video games as well. I enjoyed the last Assassin's Creed I played was Assassin's Creed 2, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. Now, I happened to go through a phase where I wasn't playing many video games, but you could tell me right now that the new Assassin's Creed, like the Samurai one, is the greatest game ever, and I'm not playing it. Because I see the woke bullshit that they threw at first.
But I'm the same way with you. I hold those hard stances. And not only, but I go a step further. I go, I'm not playing it, nor am I no longer supporting it. I'm not playing
and I'm going to make fun of everyone I know that plays it.
I do it all the time. But there's cutoffs, right? Because I hold this outrageous stance, I get cutoffs on everybody. So, like for Assassin's Creed, there's a cutoff. I cut off at Black Flag. So, like, if you stop playing Assassin's Creed at Black Flag, I give you a little bit more leniency because everyone will stop there, right? And then everyone move on, and then they'll argue, and then I can start deconstructing the gayness and the story and all that stuff. But or the ideologies, right? But here's the thing, and I get on this too. This is why you brought up the Civilization. It's the same thing. I loved Civ. No one here will deny that. I'm a huge Civ fan, but Civ 6 happened. Civ 7's happening. These things are happening where they're subverting and they're making the leader of America Marie Antoinette, or some,
It's unbelievable. It really is. Well, listen, Avarice, I got to let you go. I got one more caller, then I got to get ready and make sure that everyone's up. Here's what's going to happen, right? Sandy at least has some technological expertise. Remember last week when we were going to have the ShamWow guy on Extravaganza? And then he could not figure out how to run the studio. I don't want anything like that to happen, so I'm going to make sure that the back is cleared for when Mr. Petersen comes on and we're ready.
I'm going to try to freshen up in case you need an extra guy on. I'm going to look good. I'm going to have my Xbox, my actual Age of Empire Xbox.
There you go.
Exclusive on.
Well, make sure you DM me if I'm saying anything stupid, like, you stupid son of a bitch, say this.
Would I do anything less? Side note, last thing I wanted to get on before you hit me out of the way, I apologize. I gotta sit on watching this feminist DM a Dungeons and Dragons with Abe Dinkus playing, and let me tell you, there's nothing like listening to a female direct a D&D like a host, like being a DM, because their stories, the way that they can tell them and conflate, and how they can just manifest things into the DM stories are actually quite good. Now, I highly suggest you go look out their channel. It's called EOD. She does fantastic. She does
and quite the looker, I hear.
Yeah, she's a fantastic dungeon master. But it was I just had to throw it out there. So if you want
thank you for the recommendation.
D&D recommendation.
All right, Average. Thanks so much, man.
Yep.
We'll let you go. Take it easy. It's always a pleasure. All right, I got to go to the restroom real quick. Now, it's going to be real embarrassing when I get a giant of the game industry on here in 20 minutes and we have not reached our goal. He's going to be like, what the hell am I doing on this channel? So I'm going out of my way trying to bring interesting interviews and things of that nature. So if you appreciate the show, please consider sending a super chat to get to our goal before we get there. I'll give you the chair real quick. Then we got Lysol Operator we'll have 5 minutes with, and then Fallen Heathen we'll have 5 minutes with. Then we'll get ready for our interview. But please send some money in support of me, the show, the interview, or even the chair. I'll be right back. What's up, Dorothy? Did Mom go pick up Hank? I know she did. I know she did. I know Mom left. Did she pick up Hank? Oh, Dorothy. Go back sometime. And real quick, come on, come here. I can tell my wife left to pick up my son. Normally I would have stopped streaming by now. Come here. This is my dog, Dorothy. Tomorrow is Dorothy's appointment. She gets her staples and stitches taken out. Tomorrow morning. Are you going to be good? Oh, my goodness. She's feeling much better, as you can see. So, big appointment for Dorothy tomorrow. So get those super chats in. We'll bring in our last two callers. Mohammed, thanks so much. $10 says, I need my daily Lib Logicsburg for 10. Lysol Operator, who's our next caller, for $5, says, my unsolicited advice to people who try to debate Rob, don't. You'll just end up spazzing out and looking bad. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I'd still like to debate people, though. So AJC, $5 says, felt like The Last of Us and Gen V series had woke aspects. I didn't play them, if I'm honest. And Premonition for $5 says, I'm trying chair. Fixed income makes it hard. Yeah, what's the rest of these people doing? It's all right. All right. Lysol Operator, what's happening, my friend? Oh, I can't hear you. Maybe you have the wrong microphone selected.
Can you hear me now?
Now I hear you. What's up?
I'm so sorry. I don't know why. No,
I'm
absolutely.
so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate you taking my call. I'm glad you were talking about dangerous precedent. So I've been in the service for about 10 years, and one of the most dangerous things the former administration did was the COVID mandate for the vaccine. Because for a period of time, you could receive a dishonorable discharge and other honorable discharge. And it just baffled me how like that issue has just kind of been circumvented by all the other things that they've done. And it truly blows me away to hear you talk to, leftists and everything. And for some reason, they can't even anticipate the power shifting to someone else. Like they set these dangerous precedents and they don't understand, well, if the shoe hits on the other foot, we've now played ourselves into a hole. And I'm like you, I have no sympathy anymore. I just wanted to get your take on what all that was and
I totally agree. That to me, it was intentional, by the way. So I think the military is a cultural icon that was somewhere that the left saw that they didn't have a strong foothold in. So what better thing to do than give an excuse to kick out the people that you think are in these institutions that culturally disagree with you? Of course, at the top, you could see people put there that were like incredibly shitty, like General Milley, right? That were going to be like sort of left-wing woke people at the top. And then you get round of like the people at the base level through things like their mandates with the vaccine and all of that shit. Now, of course, once you set this, it was even worse than that. Do you remember? I think it was Lloyd Austin. Like, I remember debating Dylan Burns on this. He at one point said every white person that enrolls, they were doing like a check of their social media to ensure that they didn't have connections to white supremacists.
Absolutely. We would get briefings on how the Gadsden flag, the Betsy Ross flag were extremists. And if that was caught in your barracks at a period of time, you could be investigated if enough people brought, suspicions against you of, oh, look, this guy's talking to this group. He supports this group. This is now extremist through the security briefing. It's been insane. And it truly, I cannot fathom in what world, and it may be what you're thinking. I do think that you're right, that they were trying to, enter to that space and kind of divert and mess everything up because the military is so clearly center right. But no, it was scary for a period of time. For at least 2 years, I genuinely was thinking about, look, I'm just going to let my enlistment roll out, kind of go on the back burner and find a hide hole and go away, because the briefings we were getting, the methodology they were using, it truly was scary. I had good guys I deployed with Afghanistan who were about to get dishonorably discharged. And then finally in December of 21, Military Times came out and said, look, we can do other than honorables and all this stuff, but it's still threatening someone's benefit in their life.
Hey, so I got to go. I'm so sorry, Fallen Heathen. I'm not going to be able to get to you as well. I think my guest is attempting to come on right now. So, but yes, I totally agree with you. It certainly was designed to ruin people's lives, and they did so assuming that they'll never be on the other end of it, which maybe they'll find out someday. So thanks so much, Lysol Operator. Appreciate it. Sorry, Fallen Heathen as well. I'm so sorry. But I think that we're having an attempt to figure out the tech here and possibly try to come on. So, all right. So, for anyone that has any questions for Mr. Petersen, please feel free to put them in Super Chat. And if we have time at the end of this, we will certainly read those. But I want to be respectful for his time. I think it's incredible that he's came on. So I'm very excited. This is one of my favorite interviews I've ever done. And I'll explain why in a moment here. So are you good to go, Mr. Petersen, if I bring you up? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my guest today that I'm interviewing, the great Sandy Petersen, who has worked on a litany of iconic video games, including Doom, Quake, RuneQuest, Age of Empires. For me, maybe even more exciting, and I did not know this until this week, created Call of Cthulhu, which I think is the superior pen and paper game. One I've never had the fortune of playing myself, but I watch people play routinely online. The great Sandy Petersen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, I'm excited to be here. My son was super excited because he's a big follower of yours on YouTube, and so I have become a follower, but I wasn't really aware before the last couple of weeks. So
thank you. That's amazing. What an awesome connection. I'm so happy to have you on here. One of the things that I talk about a lot, coming at things through like sort of a right-wing perspective, a Christian perspective or a conservative perspective, is that oftentimes we see that it tends that right-wingers, either through like sort of corruption, nepotism, etc., or just lack of interest, don't get involved in things like the entertainment industry, particular things like video games and other forms of entertainment and games. Well, I think it's absolutely amazing to have someone on like you that represents that.
Well, I do. I will admit that most of the other developers I worked with were agnostic or either apolitical or tended left. Now, I got out of the video game industry about 2010. And so I think the most hardcore radical left stuff hadn't infected it then. And I don't know if it's still infected. Like I said, most of the guys literally didn't care about politics, but they certainly weren't right-wing,
Yeah. So before we get into the political stuff, I would have my audience would throttle me if I don't ask you about some of the beginning of your career and how you got involved. Okay. What was now your timeline? Did you work for Chaosium first and you developed Call of Cthulhu before you were working on like RuneScape?
Yeah. Or RuneQuest. But yeah.
RuneQuest. I'm sorry.
Yes. So what happened was that I've been a big gamer. I mean, I used to stay inside from recess to play Clue or Stratego, and not every day. Sometimes I had to go. I wanted to go play kickball, but so I've been a gamer my whole life. And then I started sending stuff to Chaosium. They would publish it, and then in 1981 they had me write the game Call of Cthulhu, which, for those not aware, is a game like D&D, but it's set in the modern times, and it's like monsters and ghosts and aliens and stuff. So a horror, the first horror role-playing game, also the first attempt to make H.P. Lovecraft into a well-known character. And before then, he was like vanishingly obscure, and now he's pretty well known. I think it's a combination, not just me. I think Stuart Gordon's movies, Reanimator, From Beyond, did some of that. But yeah, between the two of us, but I did it first. He did his 4 years later. We've made Cthulhu into such a household name. I now have like Cthulhu plushies and all kinds of crap, So very exciting.
When did you like get a love for Lovecraft? Like, were you young when you started reading him, or?
I don't know, 8-year-old counts pretty young. I was looking through my dad's books in these boxes downstairs, because we were in a temporary house we lived in for like 3 years. So we moved into our house where he actually had a library. And there was this book from 1942, The Dunwich Horror and Other Stories by H.P. Lovecraft. And it was in an armed services edition. They made all those books for the soldiers and sailors. So I don't know how it helped our soldiers fight the Japs to read a book about Lovecraft horrors, but it's so exciting that that's the kind of thing that our country did.
Hey man, yeah, whatever works. What's your favorite Lovecraftian movie, since you brought them up? Like, I'll tell you mine. Mine's Mouth of Madness. I absolutely love Sam Neill in it. Yeah.
That's a really good one. I really like Dagon by Stuart Yuzna. That's a good one.
I'm aware of it. I've never seen it, but I am aware of it.
Very close to the to the story in the Shadow of Elizabeth.
That's amazing, and is it more recent?
Dagon was in the 90s.
Yeah. It's
you know what a really good modern one is? That is only a few years old. It's called Atorados in Spanish, or Terrified in English, from Argentina, and it's about the other world creeping through, kind of like In the Mouth of Madness. And man, it's good. It's constantly surprises. You're never really sure what's going on, and the main characters act just like the players in a Call of Cthulhu game. So which does not save them. But
I think that now, again, I've never had the pleasure of playing Call of Cthulhu. In fact, I've played my first pen and paper here online. About 2 months ago, I started to play D&D. But I watch a lot of videos of people that play Call of Cthulhu. And what amazes me is that I think that Dungeons & Dragons has a vibe where it's just like you're basically playing a superhero, right? And it's all about the action. Call of Cthulhu, it seems
it's
like
more
you're
authoritarian. You're like worse than the average person.
Right.
Also, Call of Cthulhu is interesting because you're like super. It gets this registered as this creepy, perverted game. But the fact is, you're the most noble guys out there, because in D&D you kill the dragon, you get this loot, become a king. In Call of Cthulhu, your big treasure from the adventure is some moldy old book that makes you go crazy about looking at the pictures. No one can know about what you've done, because if they if they learn, it'll destroy the world. So you don't get a reward except knowing that you that you saved the world.
And it seems that like the role-playing aspect of it's like dialed up to 11, because like your character sheet's sometimes less important than like what you, the person playing the character, is sort of discovering and trying to learn on your own. I think that's amazing.
Well, the thing is, Dungeons and Dragons, and I love Dungeons and Dragons and RuneQuest, but in those other role-playing games, what happens is there's a cycle. Kill the monster, get the loot, level up. Kill the monster, get the loot, level up. And there's this compelling cycle of constantly increasing. Call of Cthulhu doesn't have that, because the weakest monster in the game is an insane cultist, and he's just as tough as you are, and more ruthless and probably better organized. So combat can't be the emphasis. So instead, it's all about mystery and exploration and figuring out. So the big boss fight against the final enemy is likelier to be filling up the old well with a bunch of concrete, or running a truck of dynamite down into the old mine to close it off. You're not fighting Cthulhu, because nothing can fight Cthulhu. So it's contrarian. But the thing is, if you want to play that weird contrarian thing, it's the only game like that. If you want to play the cycle of kill, get better, literally every other game does that.
Did you have, I think you were probably long gone by the time they came out with like the rule set of like Pulp Cthulhu, which seems to try to make it more like those traditional ones. Any feelings on that?
Well, it's more like the traditional one. So of me, it's not as interesting because, like I said, if I want to play the traditional one, I can just go play D&D or RuneQuest. You know, why don't I need to do it in the Cthulhu world? But it's fine that it's out there. I mean, I love seeing. Well, here's an example. Alien is a great horror movie. Aliens is a great action movie with horror elements. Yep. So you can do both. It's not like horror is destroyed by being an action movie. It's just no longer a horror movie.
Yeah, that's a great point. But I definitely wanted to hit on that because I know I have at least one friend that is a huge Call of Cthulhu fan, and he's going to be nerding out to know that I talked to you. So
awesome.
That's amazing. So from there, you go and you end up working for id Software, ID Software, and you make develop on Doom.
Yeah, I did most of the levels for Doom 1 and 2, and I did one of the episodes for Quake. Before then, I was at Microprose Software, and I worked on, among other things, because in a computer game, there's always a team. There's no one guy, right? I worked on Civilization, among other games, so...
Did you notice when you got out of the gaming industry, like circa 2010, were the teams you were working on far more expansive than they would have been?
They kept getting bigger and bigger, and I'm going to take issue with getting out of the. I'm out of the digital gaming world.
Gotcha.
I'm still making games, and in fact, you can get my games at petersengames.com. And
we'll bring it up here. I was looking at this earlier, by the way.
And in fact, if you're not on our newsletter, so you haven't seen this before, then when you go on there for the first time, you can get 20% off your order by signing up for the newsletter. And since some of the games are pretty expensive, that's a good deal.
That's amazing. Do you think that like the Cthulhu mythos is still like the primary motivator for most of the games you're creating now?
It shows up in them Evil High Priest is you're the head of a cult trying to summon Cthulhu, you know, against the other rival heads that are trying to summon Cthulhu, but they're inferior to you. You must stop them. There's Cthulhu Wars, which is about the great old ones rising up to destroy the world. You have to fight them. Hyperspace, my newest game, is an outer space game in the future, but because Lovecraft's monsters are actually aliens, like they're in space too, so they aren't all Lovecraft monsters, but some of them are. So you know, there's a horror theme. Planet Apocalypse has no Cthulhu stuff. It's about the Book of Revelation and then hell rising up to destroy the world. But it certainly is a horror-based game.
Now that's amazing. And I think that like it's a genre that like I don't think is tackled in a good way. Oftentimes it seems that like a lot of horror goes in these trends. Like, so I've noticed like with movies, it's like you'll get like 6 years of zombie movies, right? Then you get the vampire movies. It's like Hollywood doesn't take it seriously. Yeah.
No, they don't. But the thing is, for a long time, and Lovecraft struggled with this, like the horror genre is a genre that's not taken seriously by a lot of creators. You know, it's like one of the advantages of this is usually there's not big budget Hollywood horror movies to mess it up. It's more indies, you know. But like Lovecraft wrote a whole essay called "Supernatural Horror Literature," where he fought for horror being a real genre and not inferior to the others, because you know obviously that's what he thought. But it was, but Hollywood can be so bad. Except I will give them credit. The movie Underwater, did you see it?
No.
Okay, so here's the bad. It's got Kirsten Stewart. Okay, so here's the good. She mostly just has to look determined and not act, so that's good. And then it has like Lovecraft monsters in it, so I dug that. And they eat her, so what could be better?
That's great. That's amazing. It's very much like I think what I always resonated with horror. I was talking about this last night because I knew I'd be talking to you. You know, for me, I always like the horror anthology movies because to me, horror is like a feeling, and like you could tell a good horror story in like 10 to 15 minutes. Whereas you don't need like these deep protagonists. In fact, most of like the Hollywood horror movies are very shallow protagonists anyways. Like you really don't care to see them interacting with their friends at high school.
Well,
it's this feeling, you know?
Well, there's a reason Stephen King's short stories are really good and his novels are a tedious slog. You know?
Yep. You're absolutely right.
It's like absolutely the case. Lovecraft's longest story he ever wrote was like 130 pages. So he knew that. He had short, punchy stuff. and
it's the atmosphere. It's right, like the unknown. That's what makes it scary. So it's like the more you know about like the life, and so even the last I saw. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna mess up the name of the story, but it's Pickman's Model. Right? Is that the name of it?
The very first Lovecraft story I read. I was 8 years old and I read that, and that's what hooked me. I'd already read Poe because I was one of those annoying, precocious kids that reads everything. But man, Lovecraft got me with that story.
So I think it was Guillermo del Toro did House of, what's it called? There was a series that you could find on Netflix, Cabinet of Curiosities, and they redid Pickman's Model, and it stars as Pickman is Crispin Glover, and it's actually very good. I enjoyed it. It's a little more bleak than the story, the Lovecraft story. It's I don't know how I feel about the ending because it's one of the things that I really enjoy about horror is when it's left more open, where you have to sort of imagine where the characters go from here.
Oh, yeah.
There's not much imagining. They pretty much sum it up, by the end of it, but still very good. And it's amazing to see, I think, like you said, largely because of you, how ubiquitous Lovecraft is now in our society. Like, I mean, I don't know that in the 70s it would have been as familiar. Like, even what is Cthulhu? I've never heard that term. Now it's like the like not only Cthulhu itself and sort of the direct stories of Lovecraft, but the inspiration of it you could see all over the place in media.
Other movies are seeing it seep in. The Void, The Empty Man, stuff like that. They use Lovecraft ideas because they're so strong. They're different from the regular horror. And of course, the funny thing is, here I am, a devout Christian, goes to church every Sunday, and Lovecraft was a complete atheist. He wasn't anti-religion, though. He just thought it wasn't true. One of his friends once said, "Hey, Lovecraft, I'm an atheist like you, and I'm getting married, and I'm not going to have a big church wedding." And Lovecraft says, "What are you, an idiot? Those big church weddings are awesome. There's all that panoply and ritual that resonates with the human mind. Go get the big church wedding."
What's funny, it's funny you bring that up. Like, an atheist that I really looked up to, and this is going to get me in a lot of trouble, was Christopher Hitchens. Because as a debater, I thought Hitchens was a tremendous debater. And I remember watching Hitchens one time. They asked him what he liked about religion and Christianity. And he talked a lot about the art and the architecture and like the awe-inspiring works.
Which atheism has not really inspired in atheist culture. Look at what USSR art. It's giant and soulless. Ditto the Nazis, which, as you know, I'm sure were fundamentally atheist.
Yeah. Well, and it's very much like
present in their country, but they were atheists.
Sure. Like I remember watching a Tucker Carlson episode where he was talking about our architecture today, right, and how soulless it is now. And I think that a lot of that has to do. I don't think it's coincidental that as we become more secularist, our architecture is like the sort of artistic nature of it has precipitously declined. It feels like everything is designed to be like depressing and cold and sterile. And I think that there's a reason that you see these like cultures, these Christian cultures of Europe, like how elaborate and how uplifting sort of their architecture and their
art. I mean, I've been there. I've been to the cathedral where Charlemagne was crowned. I've been to Notre Dame. It's just amazing. And then after seeing Notre Dame, I go downstairs to see the Pompidou Center, and it's such an abomination compared to Notre Dame. It's like, what the hell in France? How low have you fallen,
It's crazy. I saw one of these churches, these old churches in the UK. They recently redesigned the interior with graffiti so that it would feel. And
I saw that. That was crazy. Now in there, I don't want to defend them much, but they did use stickers, not actual graffiti.
Well, there you go. That's stupid. Right. I have a 4-year-old son. That's how we do things around here. Like, here's stickers; those are easily removed. Put down those markers, But it's absolutely crazy. You brought it up, so I'll ask you this because I've heard this reference. Like, as a Christian, how do you explain to someone how it's okay to have interest in things that are like blatantly non-Christian, like the idea of eldritch horrors or something like that?
The most puzzling thing to me was people would say, "Well, doom is so satanic. How can you do that?" And I'm like, "You're shooting the demons. You're literally trying to kill the bad guys. How is that satanic?" And of course, in the game, like you're in Hell's anteroom, so the decoration is like Satan's decorations. But you're not a monster. Of course, then I also got blamed for the Columbine shootings and Tipper Gore and Joe Lieberman literally stood up in Congress and held copies of my game and this is evil. So that was awesome. It was weird that you think the conservatives the Republicans be the one that would harsh super badly on games, and they do say things about it, but they don't do anything to suppress it. Whereas the Democrats will do things to suppress it.
Yeah, like Doom to me, it's almost like a Dante's Inferno type allegory, like where you're traversing hell, except instead of Dante just being a passive observer, it's like, what if Dante had a shotgun? Like that's it, right? Like that's basically what's happening. Really amazing. I remember. Do you remember this dude Jack Thompson, this lawyer back in the 90s?
Oh man, that guy was the bane of my existence.
Yeah.
For everyone's existence in the movie theater, in the gaming field, but that guy sucked. I remember bothered about D&D, where they blamed D&D. Luckily, they were so ignorant about role-playing games, they mostly just focused on Dungeons & Dragons. They didn't make their way to Call of Cthulhu very often. But of course, nowadays, it's not about the satanic stuff, because everyone's a Satanist, I guess. Sure. Now it's because I wasn't properly supportive of LGBTQ stuff or whatever. There's a video on YouTube I was looking for in my own videos, and its title was that I was the biggest chud in gaming. So I guess that's good for me.
Only one letter off if they went with Chad, but look at that's interesting, because obviously we're going to get more into like sort of the digital games, but I do want to ask you this: what do you think of sort of traditional like pen and paper RPGs? It was traditionally something I think that was more guys involved with it, and it seemed to have opened up now to the point where everyone's joking. I'm sure you've seen this, like the recent painting that Wizards of the Coast put out from D&D, where it's like you got the Beholder, and everyone's like, two guys.
Oh my god, that got so much flack on X. I posted images of it, and I would circle the Beholder, and then I put a quote from the Monster Manual saying, "Beholders are evil monsters that are constantly harshing and doing terrible." Right? But yeah, well, here's the thing. So I started playing D&D in 1974, which is literally the year it came out. Okay, I was just a college kid, and it was all guys. And over the years, it was usually 95% dudes. And if a girl was there, it's because her boyfriend was there. A few girls were on their own, right? But then I did Call of Cthulhu. I noticed that Call of Cthulhu had a lot more girls. It was like 20, 25%, 30% girls. And I think it's because girls like horror movies as much as guys do, right? And they're not that interested in like, let's kill the dragon and be right. That kind of thing. And here there was an interesting experiment in a sense that was done on my behalf, which is that Call of Cthulhu in Japan is the #1 role-playing game. D&D never got a really good foothold there. So in America, if you want to play Call of Cthulhu, first you must play D&D first.
Right.
It's the barrier, right? Like you're in that barrier, so you haven't broken through to Call of Cthulhu.
That's right. Yeah.
But so any girl that gets to Call of Cthulhu must play D&D first and then get to Call of Cthulhu. But in Japan, they can start with Call of Cthulhu. And as a result, 70% of the players in Japan are women.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And it's not just a little game there. There's more copies of my game sold in Japan than the rest of the world combined. And it's not obscure in the rest of the world.
That's unbelievable.
Which means the average player of my game is an 18 to 35-year-old Japanese woman. So there's an incentive to play it.
That's awesome. Yeah, there you go, single guys. I noticed you put this tweet out. You reposted this. I thought it was funny. There we have. I'll zoom this up.
I know. I love it.
It's the Beholder. In 2025, you're gay. He is shocked. He's like, what? Yeah. I mean, it is crazy. It does seem, though, that people have sort of that there are people with ideological considerations that are getting into these spaces, and they want to remake the space in their image, as opposed to genuinely coming into a space that's already has. I mean, you're talking Call of Cthulhu, you're making in like the mid 80s, and people are coming into it now and demanding changes and stuff. Not specifically that game, but the role-playing genre. And I think it's for the worse. I think that you see a lot of these changes that are bad.
My granddaughters, who were in their teens, asked me to run a Call of Cthulhu game for them and their friends. So I printed out some modern Call of Cthulhu character sheets, the most recent ones, and there was a section for pronouns. So that I was like, okay, whatever.
It's surreal. I mean, it really is. I don't know. To me, it feels like this movement where there are all these places. The left will never give up. Like they're very good. You could tip their cap to this, that they look at and we'll look at somewhere like I look at like a Lifetime original movie. I have no interest in it, right? I don't want to be part of it. Like if the left will look at that and say, we're not there. Why? We need to infiltrate. Right. And so I think that they looked at a lot of these things, both video games and pen and paper games, and were like, what is it about these communities that are male dominated or that are dominated by people that are either apolitical or they aren't putting their politics in it? And how could we make this sort of a vehicle to drive our political and cultural agenda?
I think what has generally been happening is that game developers who were more or less leaning right, like me, we long ago learned how to shut up in our team meetings, right? That's how it is. Like leftists often have no idea that there's right wingers around them. You know, it's like if you know that friend of yours that never says anything political, he's right wing.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So we shut up. Okay. The apolitical guys don't care. And then the leftist guys come in and they care passionately and they start taking over the space. And the apolitical guys, yeah, sure, whatever. And the right wing guys either get driven out or just shut up even more. And so the left kind of takes over. Plus, you got to remember the movers and the guys who are dominating the culture in a game company are not the actual devs. It's like the suits at the top. It's like marketers and stuff, which is places that crazy leftists can go because you don't need talent to be that job.
Yeah.
And then they can suppress all the devs.
Yeah. So one of the things I wanted to talk about in the medium of like, digital video games, I saw this post. I think instead of trying to fumble through a question for you, I think this post basically sums up what I wanted to ask you. You say, this is just from the other day. You say, here's the life cycle of a game company. First, there's a passionate team forms that makes a great game. Second, they get bigger. They're still passionate. Make another great game. At this point, there's a fork in the road and you must choose only one. 3A, you lose your soul and become big and awful. This is what happened to Microprose. 3B, you're bought by a giant soulless corporation and your soul is eaten by them. This is what happened to Ensemble Studios. Or 3C, you're murdered by the giant soulless corporation, but at least your soul could go to heaven. This is what happened at Rogue Entertainment. Like, talk to me a little, I think this is specifically in reference to a lot of these studios that then get, they'll make a passionate game and then all of a sudden it's like they're bought out or they're forced out by these studios.
You ever play Spyro the Dragon or Crash Bandicoot back in the day?
Absolutely, both
Remember
of them.
how awesome it was?
Yep.
Remember how like the third or fourth, I forget what it was a terrible game in the series? It's because that's when the giant company decided to take the franchise, which they owned, away from the original guys and give it to a new, cheaper team.
It's unbelievable. Like, what do you say?
It also happened to Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah.
We had two great Banjo-Kazooie things. Then there was Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. It was a whole new team, and it sucked. And that's exactly what happens. The publishers say, well, that team is great, but we need to give it to a cheaper team. And the cheaper team, in the first place, they're paid less. They aren't as passionate. It's not their franchise. What do they care? And it all goes to hell. This is not just true of games. This is true of movies. That's how we got Superman 3 back in the day and Batman and Robin, right? The original guy, Sam Raimi leaves the Spider-Man franchise and it kind of goes to hell in a handbasket when you lose the guys who actually care.
It's very interesting. I think that, there's so many ways that we could look at this. I think one of the things, you tell me if you think this is the basis of that, in the effort to make money from these big studios that are sort of like, faceless giant conglomerates, right, that are just like money, money, money. They don't care about the artistic nature. I think that they still don't realize, and it's never going to hit them, that like just buying an IP and being like, oh, this is a moneymaker, we'll just churn something out. They don't have the artistic talent.
No, it's a commodity to them. It's like making soda. Why can't they just make soda with a different company? Okay, just have someone else do Banjo-Kazooie. We have the rights to the art, but they don't get it because the guys come, and this is going to sound anti-capitalist in a sense, but the guys that come in at the top aren't, they aren't always creative, and then often the guys at the very top will pull in someone from like Electronic Arts to run the company. Those guys are nightmares.
Yeah, well, didn't they EA just sold out to like Saudi Arabia or something? Isn't that true? That like I think they just were bought out by.
Frankly, I would say Saudi Arabia could probably do a better job than the trolls that used to run EA, right?
Well, I think
doing the John Madden football number 98,
Same thing, man. Dude, like, think about that. I still remember. So one of my first like video games that I really got into was on the NES. It was Tecmo Bowl, just a simple football game, like side-scrolling football game. There are people that still put out the current roster, right, with that game. So you can play the game and they do the current roster. That's Madden. It's the same game every year. It's like you could literally just put out a new roster and be done with it. But nope, they're going to charge you $69.99 or whatever for the current game. It's surreal.
Yeah, well, that's that's their plan, right? So here's an example from my own life. So I'm more at not Electronic Arts, Ensemble Studios, starts with an E. We do Age of Empires. It's a hit. We do Age of Empires 2. It's a gigantic super hit. And it was such a big hit that Microsoft bought us, okay, which was a good thing for me personally because my worthless Ensemble Studios stock options became actual Microsoft stock options.
Nice.
Right, and then we do Age 3, not as big as hit as Age 2, but Age 2 was like a unicorn, you know.
Right.
Age 3 did well, and then they bring in a guy that decides that his best, Don Matrick is his name, his interests are best served if he kills us and cashes in. Not paying our salaries. We were an expensive studio, and then goes into something else. So he fires everyone at Ensemble Studios. But we found out ahead of time before our game was done, Halo Wars. So he had to give us like a really sweet severance thing, which he was unhappy about. But now then he was going to go on something else. But now Microsoft said, "What the hell? We have to keep the Age of Empires franchise alive." So they're still doing Age of Empires stuff even now. The definitive edition, the Age 3 Reborn. The Age of Empires 4, but they're all just riffs on the original. They aren't doing anything new because that ability, I guess, is gone. You know.
So if you're younger, right? Like if there's a young guy in the same position you were when you got started into this, like what do you say to them? Because basically, as you put it in that post there, your path out is inevitably, if you have enough success, you're going to have one of these big studios that comes a knocking. What would you recommend to them?
Okay, so here's the thing, though. Okay, when a big studio buys you or kills your company, you're not dead. You still got to cash in on your awesome game, and now you have a really great resume, and you go somewhere else. You found a new team, or you join another small company, and you keep the game industry isn't like you can go work for Ford and just stay there for 30 years.
Right.
You're going to be moving around. I had to move from California to Maryland and to Texas. You know. Yeah. Right, but every time I got an increase in pay, I got to be a new, smaller company. It was a hit, you know. So it's not the end of the world. Like when Microsoft fired everyone at Ensemble Studios, they lost Ensemble Studios, and not one of us was dead afterwards. We founded a bunch of new companies, Boss Fight Games, Robot Entertainment. I did my own company, Petersen Games, and we all went and did all these awesome things, all of which compete with Microsoft. So, you know, that's the part that the suits don't think about, you know.
Are you a gamer yourself? Are you playing games?
Oh boy, I play. Look, the only games I design are games that I want to play that I don't have one that does that.
That's awesome.
So, for example, I'm really interested in World War II, but I've never done a World War II game because there's so many good World War II games I don't feel the urge.
Sure.
But yeah, I still play games. I was playing games this last week. I was playing Call of Cthulhu with my granddaughters.
That's amazing.
That's awesome. With granddaughters, you have to set it like for teenagers. It's not like the super gore thing. So it was like the haunted sleepover kind of event. But right. But they still loved it. So.
Well, with the video games specifically, I find myself the majority of purchases that I don't purchase a lot now, but the majority of ones I do are like basically like remakes from old systems that I no longer have. Like I just bought this game, Final Fantasy Tactics. You know, I remember it from my childhood. That's why I bought it. You know.
Well, same as in movies, right? If you're considered a movie, it's going to be a sequel or a remake. In games, that's often the case. That's why we want to look for the new companies doing new things. They're the exciting, cool stuff.
Someone asks, I'll read the super chat. I'll remind you, if you guys have questions, let me know. If they're pertinent, put a super chat in. Bad Cramps Gramps, thank you so much for $5. Says, have you played Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33?
I have played Baldur's Gate, and I've been recommended strongly to try Expedition 33, which I have not yet played. I think turn-based games. Look, I worked on Civilization, which is totally a turn-based game, right? I think that, and of course, my board games, like Hyperspace, which I will now show you a copy of.
Yeah, let's see it.
multiplayer asymmetrical space conquest, exploration, extermination, like research game. Takes about hour and a half, 2 hours to play, up to 6 players. So
it's awesome.
It's turn-based. I mean, it's hard to do a board game that is simultaneous play.
Correct. Yeah.
But in computer games, it seems like when after doing Civilization, and I wasn't the chief guy in Civilization, I wasn't even number 2. I was number like 6 or 7, but that's okay. I still got to work in Civilization. Then years later, I go and I'm doing Age of Empires, which is simultaneous movement all the time. And I got to say, I was really won over by the real-time aspect. That was cool.
Do you ever regret like not putting your name on something like Sid Meier? Like Civilization is Sid Meier's Civilization, right? Like, oh snap! There it is. Yeah, that'll out like long when you retire. That'll be there, right? When people are buying versions of that, when my grandkids are buying versions of it, right?
But you gotta know your name. Game companies don't want you to know the names of the guys that did it, because they want you to associate the game with their company, not with a dude that they might not have. And because Sid Meier owned half of Microprose, it was a little different for him, and it's hard to get known. But usually they don't want you to know who the people are, the developers that work on it.
That's awesome. Have you tried any of the new Doom games? What do you think of
that? I played Doom 3, and man, it sucked. It gobbled donkey goober. I did try Doom Eternal, and I like that quite a bit. I have not tried Doom Dark Ages.
Eternal, I'm the same.
What happened with id Software is they got successful, and then they got the mighty hubris, and the fate got them where another company bought them, and then gradually the id guys got demoted in the thing because they kept sucking in the new corporate structure, and they eventually all left to do something else. Okay, but the team that's there now doing Doom are actually pretty smart guys, and they're actually very dedicated to it. It's a rare exception to the new team is cheap and crappy and doesn't care about it. These guys actually care about it. So so I wish that one of the guys married my neighbor. So
there you go. What a weird connection.
It does occasionally happen, though. It took them a while to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, even I remember that terrible Doom. I think it was just called Doom, right? That came out, and it was so like, I don't mean dark like scary. I mean literally dark. Like I tried playing that game years ago. I couldn't even see what I was doing.
Yeah, that's like
it was like they tried to do this like cookie cutter thing that all these other games like that were doing, and I think they forgot what made Doom great. And sort of the newer Dooms, it went back to sort of like action. Right, that's when I played Doom. Right, like the setting and the story and the atmosphere and the music was all awesome. It like put you in this mood, but it was action. That's what made the game fun,
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Doom 3. That's after I left, right? But the main designer they had there was very interested in making everything look all cool and artsy. So you had this huge, brilliantly developed level that was all dark and spooky, so you couldn't see it. And then there's like one monster at the end with this, right? And I was more about let's blow up all the monsters,
Well, when you play Doom, right? Like, and I think that there's something that maybe games today lose some of this, where like, how long does it take you from booting up Doom to where you're first like shooting a bad guy? Half a second? Like
that. Now we did set up most of the levels so that if you don't touch any buttons when a first level loads, there's no one attacking you yet. And the idea for that was specifically you can go have a pee break, get a soda,
right,
back and not worry about being killed. There was one level where I blew it, and there's monsters that even shoot you, but usually their backs are turned or something. They start up pretty fast, but we always thought about the gamers, or tried to, and then it's like back in the day you could just up the gamma so you could see it anyway. Maybe the gamers can't do that now, but for dark levels, so we didn't care so much. We didn't want to be so dark they couldn't see it, because I don't like that in movies either. So
what do you think about, I don't know if people know this, I happen to be somewhat aware of this. What do you think about like the modding community? The original Doom is still huge with the modding community that like make all these crazy mods for the game.
I think that's how you keep a game alive. Obviously some of the mods are terrible and some of them are stupid and some of them are twisted, but the fact that they exist, is what keeps it going. That's like my game Call of Cthulhu. It's from 1981. It's like 50 years old or more, right? Or not 50 years old yet. But then there's all these guys making their own adventures, their own monsters, their own great old ones, their own ideas, and that's cool. That makes it lively. In Japan, they open sourced Call of Cthulhu, so anyone could do adventures for it. So at the convention I went to there was all these people, 70% women, with their one little pamphlet with like an anime picture on the front, and then their little adventure that you could play selling it there. And I thought that was like so dynamic and cool. Anytime a company tries to suppress that or control it or limit it, they're killing their seed corn. Let the players have fun with it.
Yeah, that's great. I totally agree. One thing I wanted to ask you, in sort of from a right-wing perspective, when we're talking about things being woke, it seems as if not just in video games, but also in other forms of entertainment like movies, this shows, a lot of times it seems like the people that are creating this, maybe largely because it's these soulless like corporations that are demanding it, but it seems like the message comes before fun. Like, do you see that? And do you see that like a lot of game developers now, particularly the big studios, have gotten away from asking like, what do people want to play? And instead they're trying to put some sort of cultural message in as the first thought?
Well, you got to remember, that's the first thing you learn in Marxist theory, is that everything is political, all art is political, therefore all games is political, therefore if your game is not pushing your political thing, you're bad.
Crazy. And it's like, and what ends up happening is that instead of like, I think what a true artist would do, make something that's enjoyable to be consumed. If it's a game, make it fun to play. If it's a movie, make it fun to watch.
I'm not here to give you my political theories. I imagine most people who play Doom or Age of Empires have no idea what my politics are, right? And why should they? It's not like my politics have anything to do with the Aztec conquest,
right?
Right? But I'm there to. My job is to make things that are fun for other people to play.
That's amazing. Now, how much of like, the sort of financial aspect of this comes in? Are you thinking like when you're creating these games, like, well, I'm going to make this decision that's not really my artistic vision, but it would be more sellable? Or how do you evaluate that?
I have a specific theory about that. And what it is that I think that a game that is passionately loved by a smaller group of people will do way better than a game that everyone is kind of, I guess it's okay.
I think you're right. I think, they obviously become, because ultimately I think what happens is, like, for example, if you look at Call of Cthulhu or you look at Doom, what happened was, even if it seemed like a niche market at first, look at what it's blown up into.
Well, so after the guys that play it, they get all these expansions, all these adventures. They pour money into it, because they're hooked. No one's going to buy expansions for a game that's. By the way, there's someone that gave you $5 that had a question in case I need to answer it.
Sure. Yeah, it was. Let's see. For $5, Ron Quay, thanks, says, it's a shame I didn't know your name behind some of the games I love. I loved AOE growing up. Did you work on Star Wars Battlegrounds too?
I did do some work on Star Wars Battlegrounds that used our same system that we used in Age of Empires, and we did a Star Trek game that used that same system. Mostly it was done by the actual team on it. They hired our thing away. We gave them suggestions. We played it and gave them feedback, but it was their game, not ours. So we thought that the more we'll give them criticisms, but we aren't going to go in there and like step in and make decisions for them, because we hated it when someone did that for us.
Yeah. My friend Avarice, who was on before you came on and was nerding out, wants to know, what game do you think that you made has the most impact?
Wow.
That's tough.
Okay, I guess the game that made the most impact is Doom. And here's why. Because before Doom, nobody played games head-to-head. You might play side-to-side in your living room, Mario Kart or something, but you didn't play over your modem over the internet head-to-head. And then in fact, I worked on a game, Command HQ, which was intended to be played head-to-head. And the developer, Dan Button, who later on became Danielle Barry, he wanted to have, or whatever you want to call it, they wanted to have a game. Everyone has modems. We should do a head-to-head game. And it just bombed because nobody wanted to play head-to-head. So when we did Doom, I said to everyone, I don't think anyone's going to play this head-to-head. And they say, yeah, we don't think they are either. But we're going to leave the code in for it because we like playing head-to-head, us personally, and that's what we cared about. And then it turned out, then it blew it up, and now every game has a head-to-head component. Entire industries are on that. So that probably made the biggest impact, because because before then, no head-to-head games. Everyone's like playing with themselves in the darkness of the room, and now everyone, like, you see the guy now sitting there in his room playing dark. He's actually interacting with a bunch of other people.
Well, it's an entire like industry. Like for me as a streamer,
and Doom started that.
Yeah, like how many people that are on Twitch or on YouTube whose entire career is streaming, playing like a first-person shooter head to head against people online. It really is. To think that it became a multi-billion-dollar industry off that one game you're working on, that's quite impressive.
Here's the funny thing. So at id we hired this guy to do our networking code because John Carmack didn't want to do it because that was boring. He only wanted to do fun stuff. So we hired this other outside guy who lived in California. And then 2 weeks before the game's supposed to be sold, we like called him up and say, hey, we don't have your code yet. And and the idea was he was supposed to give us the code. And then after, he was working for another company, but they knew he was doing it, we thought. And then when he finished, he would come work for us. And so instead, we got his administrator says, hey, he knew you're supposed to know he's doing this, and is he ready yet? And like I said, oh, so we really like him as a programmer, but he's a pathological liar, so you have to watch him all the time. And he hasn't done a lick of work on your code at all. He just took your money and ran. And we're like, what? And so Rod Carmack had to throw together networking code in 2 weeks, which was so terrible that it crashed almost every college's internal network as soon as it came out, and it got banned all over the place. And then we got another guy to come and do real networking code, and it was working. But it was like, there's some really weird guys working in the game field.
Have you planned to put your new games into the Metaverse VR system?
You mean my tabletop board games?
Yeah, I don't think that the tabletop. No. Let's re-reference this. Like, what do you think about sort of like the idea of VR and what that will lead to video games going forward?
A good friend of mine, in fact, Paul, who designed the Words with Friends game, which you may be familiar with.
Yeah.
He got a huge virtual reality set, and I got to go to his company offices, which he founded, and I play with it, and it was really cool. And I kept thinking, this is probably more advanced than we have now. Will it ever be? It was cool. Will it be practical? I don't know. It's like, I enjoyed it. I would love it to be a thing. I don't think it's a thing yet.
Yeah, I agree. But one of the things that actually I think is interesting is like mobile gaming, like you see in your phones. You see all these, like, I guess they call them.
I laughed at to scorn, and now I play games on that thing all the time.
Yeah. And like, so for me, like, there's all these games that, like, it's weird. Like, I'd be interested to know, like, what you think about, like, the psychology of gaming. I'll find myself playing these stupid, like, idle games where you just go on, like, once a day and you click a couple things and then it does stuff when you're offline. And it almost feels more like work. I don't know what brings me back to it. Because, like, if I sit back afterwards, I'm like, did I actually have fun doing that? It's like, oh, it's 7 p.m. That's when the game resets.
Yeah, fun. They're trying to hook you into going there and clicking, and occasionally, right? And a lot of those games, they feed off the whales. You know about that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they have 1,000 guys that don't put a penny in. There's one guy that puts $50,000 a year. That's the guy they're trying to hook. They're trying to turn you into that guy.
Well, it's weird because I think that,
but it's not being designed by the fun guys. I mean, some fun guys might have been in it early, but it's designed by these soulless, heartless villains.
Money. Like, how can we maximize the profit coming in? That's it. Yeah. And it's like, they really do have it down to a science. You're right with this whale thing. Like, they know that, like, there are people sitting in boardrooms that could care less about, like, the funness of the game. They have it down to, like, a mathematical formula, how to maximize. Like, even the thing, like, I've seen them do, like, let's say, if you ever played one of these phone games where it starts out and it's like, you could do a bunch of cool stuff. And then all of a sudden you hit a wall. And it's like, well, if you pay $100 for these diamonds, then you can keep doing the cool stuff.
Yeah, like we all do that. Candy Crush, all the rest of them. So I remember, I back in 1997, I was interviewing with a company that recently been bought by. Can't remember the name. It's the guys that did the farming sim on Facebook back in the.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 90s. I can't remember the name of it. It was this huge thing then, right?
Zynga or something? Is that
Zynga? Yeah, or Zynga. So those guys were doing all this stuff. And then I was interviewing, and they said, well, you got to make sure the guys at Zynga will want you to do this, they want you to do this, they want you to do this. And I'm like, what are they doing? Well, they're trying to maximize the number of times that you will click in the system and spend time there a day. So they add extra boxes to click on. And I said, because that increases the numbers. And I said, and are you okay with that? And they said, well, we think it's kind of like the old example of the scientist that cuts off a frog's leg and it still jumps nearly as far, cuts off another leg and it still jumps nearly as far. So it cuts off a third leg, it jumps 3/4 as far. So he's, I guess if I cut out the fourth leg, it'll still jump 60%, but eventually you kill that franchise, which is what happened to Zynga, of course.
Yes, I remember that they were everywhere. Like and then of course, eventually, well, like going along with that, like I don't know how much you follow like the idea of like loot boxes and stuff. There was a big like Counter-Strike story.
Yeah, I know. I have a friend that works for Gearbox, and the whole loot box thing was there, and I was actually pretty excited when Gabe like killed the knife.
It's a big big story. If people haven't been following, like awesome. Millions of dollars like lost because they're like, you know what, we're gonna like end this sort of like insanity with these knife skins and whatever in a game like Counter-Strike. But does it surprise you how effective that is in getting people to sort of keep throwing their money? Because at the end of the day, like, I can't imagine when you're working on a game like Doom or Quake or Age of Empires that you're like, hey, people might throw like an extra $20 at this game after they buy it for a new skin, a new color on this horse.
They're only trying to make the game as fun as possible. It's someone from above that comes in and says, you have to do this. And I'll tell you, even back in the 90s, there was the guys that came in that, I guess they weren't woke by the modern levels, but they still, like, here's an example. So in Age of Empires 3 is about colonizing the New World. So right there's an issue because they're Native Americans, right? So the way we portrayed them was we had trading posts that you couldn't destroy, but whoever built a trading post at Indian villages, right, they could then recruit those Indian warriors. So we'd see lots of Indians in the game, and it was cool. And everyone loved the Indians, right? So Age 3, so the War Chiefs expansion, I added the Indians as a playable civilization. Okay, that you could be. So you could be like the British or the French or the Dutch or the Portuguese or the Spanish or the Aztecs or the Sioux, or the Iroquois. So that was pretty cool. And then Microsoft comes in with their team and they say, well, this is bad because if you're playing them as a civ, you can be wiped out and defeated.
Right.
And I said, well, so can the white man, right? They're all able to be defeated. They go, oh, it's not good to let the Indians be killed. And all these guys are white as the driven snow, right? That are saying this. And so here's how I got to have my way. We got this paper that they had done a study of the Indians, which they presented to whatever native tribe lives in Redmond, Washington, and gotten with their feet on it. And what the Indians said was, we think Indians should be a playable civ, and we can stand, live, or die on our own merits instead of just being these little states. And we said, this is what the Indians said. What did you say again? And they're like they didn't like that the Indians didn't back them up.
It's interesting. Even like professional sports, like the Redskins, the Indians, the Cleveland Indians, like when they would interview like a lot of people that were Indian.
Gonzalez.
Right.
Mexicans love this guy.
It's always so
Slowpoke. What's his last name? Gomez. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. They love them both, and it's like it's all white guys that are offended on their behalf, right? It's not them.
It's some ad guy with a PhD that's like white, like you said, white as the driven snow. Like the Mexicans don't care. They're like, it's funny
that we can't eat rice because it's from Asia.
Cultural appropriation. Bruce wants to know: have you ever personally played in a Quake tournament?
That is a lose-lose for me, because if I win, then everyone says, well, you're a developer, so I don't give you credit. And if I lose, they go, I beat the developer. So I just try to stay away from that kind of thing.
That's funny. Quake was very interesting. I remember when it came out. I played Doom, but Quake
tournaments and the Quake clans blew us away. We were so impressed. It did.
And it really was a moment, because I was born in '84, so I was right in like that time when Quake, and that was the first game that I remember. Like, I didn't even have a computer really that I used to play game, and I remember my friends.
'94, so you were like 3 years old during Quake.
Quake. Which one would, like, the Quake that came out when I would have been like 11, 12. So this would have been.
Oh, that was Quake 3, Quake 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah, and it was
that all online. Yeah, that was a big deal.
And it was like, that was the first game that I remember, like, my friends had computers that were playing, and it was, because to me, video gaming up to that point was Nintendo, right? Mm-hmm. Duck Hunt, Mario. The idea of playing that with someone online was Like, what are you talking about? That was nuts. You play with the guy that's sitting right next to you. So, yeah, it very interesting. I think you're absolutely right about like the effect Doom had.
Here's another example of corporate brilliance. So I'm working on Age of Empire, expansion for Age of Empires, the Conquerors. And I had Huns, and I had Aztecs, and I had Mayans, and I had Spanish for my Conquerors. And we're almost done. And Microsoft comes in, some suit, and says, you need to add Koreans to it. And I was like, hey, Koreans are awesome, but they weren't conquerors, to their credit, right? They stayed in their lane. And they said, but StarCraft sold 3 million copies in Korea. Yeah. Their argument. So my counter argument was, there's no Koreans in StarCraft. That's not why.
Right.
But then they just looked at me blankly and said, but StarCraft sold 3 million copies. And when you repeat the same argument, it means you're not subject to new information.
That's right.
So I just had to buckle down and add Koreans. But the Koreans were cool and all, but I just didn't think they fit the theme of Conquerors.
It's very interesting. It has to be so frustrating as someone who's got this primary goal, and then you have these other people coming in, and it's like, yes, but we're trying to monetize this, so we need you to
failed. Like we didn't get big sales in Korea. We had some sales, but because we sold everywhere, but we didn't get any 3 million sales in Korea.
Legion of Myth wants to know, thank you so much for the $20. Says, Sandy, what are your thoughts on people who hate Lovecraft and create full-page disclaimers about how horrible he is, writing games and supplements from his work?
They are absolute parasites on him. They are using his talent and skill to boost themselves. Look, I don't agree with Lovecraft's political and religious theories, but I don't write full-page things like debunking him. Like what was the point of that? I respect the things he did that I liked, and I don't respect the things he believed that I don't agree with. But spending time like virtue signaling by like Lovecraft was a terrible person because he hated Jews even though he married one, and he hated other races even though he had them be heroes in his games, in his books rather, and he was bad, and he was racist, But here's the thing: racism is a terrible thing, but it's not a flaw of being sinful. It's a flaw of education, right? You need to learn more to stop being racist. And also Lovecraft, as he got older, remember he died pretty young.
Yeah.
He got less racist over time, which isn't that the direction that we want every racist to go. So
it's all virtue signaling garbage. By the way, the same people
garbage, and I think they are literally parasites. If you really hate Lovecraft, then you probably shouldn't be doing stuff based on his work.
Yes, totally agree. The idea is, by the way, they'll be overtly racist in the most disgusting ways possible, and then they want to go back and criticize.
People, right? I mean,
yes,
or something. Yeah.
Like,
why don't you say orcs are black people? They don't
right.
Like
yes, that's a great point, right? Like it's like when I'm playing D&D or I'm watching like Lord of the Rings, I'm not like, oh, here come the blacks, like Sauron's commanding the blacks here. You're just like, oh, those are orcs, and then these people will be like, oh, because they're supposed to be black people. It's like, huh? Who thought that? No one accusing me of being racist. You're the one who thought that. It is surreal. They'll go back
one thing Lovecraft's famous for is that in one of the stories, Rats in the Walls, the guy's pet cat has like, I'm not going to say the word because someone will do just that clip from the show and get an example, but it's the bad N-word man. Okay. But here's the thing. That was the name of Lovecraft's cat when he was a kid. He was 9 years old when he owned that cat. Okay. I don't think he even named it. So blaming him for the name of his cat is like really stupid.
It's like the great works of these people that were like more artistic and more influential than they could ever hope to be. Much of it is, and in my opinion, I think Orwell nailed this. These socialists, these sorts of people, it's not about building up. It's about tearing people down. That has something that they are incapable of having.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it. So.
Yeah. Well, if you can get people into your game by showing a gay beholder, then you don't have to be creative.
That's right. And, let me ask you this. Given that you've been sort of outspoken, I don't think in a crazy way whatsoever, but you're public with a lot of opinions you have on things like trans ideology or communism.
Well, I mean, I try not to be super, I'm not, my thing's not primarily political. I just have my beliefs. I don't hide them.
Right. It would be like anyone else. Like if you're a carpenter and you go to Facebook and you're like, hey, I don't like what happened in the recent election. That doesn't mean that you're, building company that you're like, oh, we only do right-wing stuff. It's just you're a person. We have social media. given that though, what do you think your chances are if you wanted to put your hat in the ring and be like, you know what, I'd like to go for a AAA studio? What do you think your chances are of getting hired at a place like that would be?
Well, I have a pretty stellar resume, so I think I'd have a good shot at it.
You think they'd overlook it for the? They'd be like, you bring in dollars.
Well, it depends on the company, probably, but a lot of them would. They would ask like, "What about your evil political beliefs?" And I said, "Did you see any of that in Age of Empires 3 or Doom?" You know, I'm able. It's like it's about the games, not about my politics.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference, right? Like the left winger people.
The con campaign. I'm trying to do his politics.
Right, exactly. No, it's a very good point. Do you think that we've sort of seen the pendulum swing back some? So you see a lot of backlash from a lot of these AAA studios.
That has been such a relief to see that. And now, of course, it takes a long time for it to filter through to the studios, right? But in general, the fact that we can go out and there's actually some areas where we can talk and I can defend the Second Amendment, is really nice. And I can do it. I can disagree with Trump about tons of stuff. I didn't like the tariffs because they hurt me personally. I understand his function behind it. It did make my games. I had to get an extra $30,000 to get my games out of Hawk in China.
Crazy.
So I didn't like that. But having disagreed with him and wishing like that he'd lost the election are two different things.
Well, and I think that what I've seen, and granted, I'm biased as someone on the right, but we disagree with each other all the time. Like, like on the left, you have to march lockstep with them, and if you run a field even just slightly, then knives come out. On the right,
Rowling, she's actually pretty left wing on most of her beliefs. She's like a raging feminist, right? But she doesn't. But her feminism goes to the point that she logically doesn't want men and women's spaces, so she's the worst.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it really is. It lets you know. Like, that's what I tell young people. Like, when the Republicans in like my state of Pennsylvania were asking, like, how do we reach younger people? Maybe 10 years or 5 years ago when I started, I would be considered young, not so much anymore. But one of the things I talked about was like, we're not going to go through your history and find something that you said in high school in your yearbook that's slightly afoul of the message we believe in. So now we're going to bury you. But the left seems to have this ideological purity standard. And it's like, if you run afoul of it, like, that's it. We'll ruin your life. We'll get you fired. No one will ever want to work with you again.
Well, they're willing to turn a blind eye to it among guys they like sometimes,
Yeah, of course. Like Jimmy Kimmel could wear blackface or Trudeau.
Absolutely unthinkably bad, and then it's okay because he's our man,
Yeah, you got to keep towing the party line. That's it. Another video game question I have for you. What do you think of the idea that so much content now isn't completed when you buy the thing? So there'll be some sort of add-on that you could buy.
I think downloadable content comes straight from the bowels of Satan.
It's terrible, right?
It's terrible. When we did expansions for the game, so I guess you could claim that if you bought the Conqueror's expansion to Age of Empires 3, that was a form of downloadable content, but it was a big package with a lot of stuff, and you could buy it in a team thing. So I don't think it's the same thing exactly.
And I think that like particularly,
also, I hate being forced to play everything, be online the whole time you play a game.
Totally get it.
That's satanic.
Yeah, and like especially for story-driven games. Like if I play like a game like Final Fantasy and I beat it, that's it. That's the game, right? Maybe they'll come out with the sequel, but now it's like, oh, we didn't get the true ending.
Or you could say, or I could even see someone saying, hey, we got this new pack. You buy this pack, and there's a whole nother continent you can go visit now in Final Fantasy. That might be okay. But having you like, if you want the really good sword, pay us $5. Now, if you want the really good armor, pay us $2. If you want a really good spaceship, pay us $10. That stuff, that nickel and diming crap.
It's crazy. And yeah, and it's sad how they have it down to they know that'll work for people. They know they're going to make money. It's like easy for them to do. My friend Avarice wants to know, how did you handle social pressure from church versus making games that they would consider demonic?
Well, mostly, so I guess my church is kind of based in that regard, and that there was guys that when I did Doom were like all up in arms about how terrible Doom was. I don't think they knew I belonged to their church, but mostly like my local congregation, they would ask me if they can get discounts on getting the game. So, it was pretty easy going.
Well, like you said, I don't think, like, one, it's not really a message. It's about having fun. And second, if you did want to look into a message for, like, Call of Cthulhu or Doom, it's actually about fighting evil. Right? It's not embracing it, really.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think sometimes people get too curmudgeon-y with these things. To me, being a Christian doesn't mean not having fun or not being able to watch a horror movie or something like that. Obviously, could take it too far, and some people do.
Yeah, I can go watch Arnold Schwarzenegger in End of Days where he literally beats up the devil, and I just think it's hilarious and enjoy it. I don't have to like, this violates what the Bible says. Yeah, it does. So what?
Yeah. So a couple more. These aren't real questions. These are more. But thank you, Mr. P, for $20. He says, growing up playing Quake and early Doom games made me the man I am today. Thank you for all your work, Sandy. I admire you even more knowing you're based and a fan of me. I seriously hope John Romero is based too.
So I will just say that John Romero is not as based as I am. He's not a raging leftist. He mostly is non-political. But like, for example, a while ago, there was a trend on X of people, this is before Musk took it over, people like randomly commented to me and saying, Sandy, will you bravely say that trans women are women? And I didn't say they weren't women. I just didn't say anything, right? But John Romero, he got that same feed. Everyone got it. Those games, and he said, "Oh yeah, trans women are." He didn't care, right? He's more apolitical than I am. But back in the day, like he is not a heavily political guy. He's one of the apolitical people. And if someone says, "Do this political thing, jump through this hoop," then he would do it because he didn't care.
My friend Spiro, thank you so much, $20, says, question for Sandy. Why are you so awesome and based?
I owe it all to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the fact that I read a lot and that my wife is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Isn't it? It's like, I say this all the time, like, that's amazing. I say it all the time that, like, I feel that, like, to the extent that I'm happy and anything's ever came out good for me that people like, I chalk it up to sort of my family, right? That I'm a happy person back home. Would you say that your wife supported you, like, as you were all the different iterations?
Far more than I deserved. Even when I made blunders, she'd support me sometimes. And usually the best. So here's the great thing: if you're a gamer and you have kids. My wife's not a gamer, which is fine. She would come and make dinner for us, or I'd make dinner with her and the friends. She'd be there. She liked my friends. They liked her. But then she'd go do other things while we gamed. But when you have kids, you raise the kids, and now you have your own gaming group.
Right.
And now my kids are like in their 30s and 40s, and they have kids, and now they're starting to they go play games with me. So it's super fun.
I have a 4-year-old, and I'm interested now.
Well, his games are probably more like throwing the ball and catching it right now.
Yes, but even as far as like digital games, it's very rudimentary, right? It'll be like something on a tablet where it's like move the shape, but he saw his cousin playing Minecraft, and now he's like super interested. Now he doesn't have the dexterity to understand how the control works and all that stuff, but I can see that. I can see in the coming years that he's going to get in to sort of like young gaming. And it's actually a scary thing because, like you said, now it's so easy to have access online. Whereas when I was growing up, it wasn't that. When you were playing a game, you're in by yourself. And there's some real bad people out there trying to take advantage of young people on a lot of these games.
Yes, there are. You have to be super cautious about that. I'm glad that people are aware of that now and kind of watching over it. Yeah, I try to limit it for the kids. But see, all that online stuff doesn't apply if they're playing board games.
That's right. And given that, so I'm going to get you out. I'm going to get you out of here on this. You've been so generous with our time. I can't thank you enough. We got the link to your website out here. If I'm new to sort of like these style board games or these style pen and paper games, what would you recommend of all the games right now on your site? What would be a great one to get in for people?
Okay, so here's 2 things to know right now. If you buy anything with the 8-bit attack group, then you get a free Halloween expansion.
Excellent.
So that's our you have to type in Happy H.
Gotcha.
To get it. Next, Call of Cthulhu Wars is by far our biggest seller. Everyone loves Cthulhu Wars. That is okay. Our newest game, my newest game is Hyperspace, which I also showed you. So those are probably the things to look for. And then there's 3 level, like Cthulhu Wars is like $200. Hyperspace is less than $100. 8-bit attack is like $40. So you kind of have a range there. Also, be aware that I am on X as Sandy of Cthulhu. I am on YouTube as Sandy of Cthulhu, and I have a Patreon as Sandy of Cthulhu where you get an essay every week, and you get game stuff, and I actually every month you get an STL downloadable figure you can print out of some hideous monster usually. So if you're into 3D printing, then there's that.
That's amazing. Well, Mr. Petersen, I can't thank you enough. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. Hopefully, we'll be able to talk soon. But really incredible, someone who I had no idea many of these games that I was playing grow up, that I would be able to talk to someone who had an instrumental hand in creating them. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Well, I'll make sure that we get all those links up there too. This will be cut out as just its own unique video, but we'll make sure that the rest of the stream here that we get all of your stuff in chat. And
if you could send me a link to it so I can promote it on X, I would really appreciate that.
Absolutely, and we'll edit it out so it's just this, but I'll send you on the email the link to this live show too.
That's just what I want.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Anything you ever need from me, just let me know. I can't thank you enough.
Okay, so I've been pining for a really big cowboy style steak recently with baked potato and that kind of stuff. So where do you live?
I live in Clarion County, Pennsylvania. Wife, we're gonna need a big steak. She'll get on it. She'll get it.
We'll have to be at a convention at the same time or something. I'm in Utah, so and boy, I used to live in Texas where the steak culture is pretty sound, but Utah is not the same.
Yeah, no good there.
Well, I mean, you can occasionally find one because most of America knows how to grill a steak, but not like the Texas.
Dude, there's a big battle on my channel where there's like this one guy that's like insisting like Mississippi barbecue or something's better in Texas, and it's like knockdown.
You have to have that fight: Texas versus Mississippi versus Memphis versus Georgia versus. We all have to fight about the barbecue. What we all agree on is that a good barbecue ends at the Mason-Dixon line, and that Kansas City barbecue is bad.
Yeah, and I'm above that line. In Pennsylvania, you know what we have though? We got like big pierogi culture. There's a lot of Polish influence here.
You ever get any of the Maryland pit beef stuff up there?
Once in a while, right? Like it's so weird. Like here, it's like instead of like that style barbecue, where I live, it's all about like venison and stuff, right? Because hunting culture is so big here. So like if you wanted interesting food around here, it's gonna be some guy like out back that just skinned a deer or a squirrel or something.
Well,
He's cooking you that up.
Cheesesteak, so there's that.
Yeah, but Philly, it's Pennsylvania's huge. I don't even associate with Philly.
Pennsylvania is huge.
It's I'm more towards.
Now we're going to field. I'm going to start asking questions about the Pennsylvania election things and stuff.
About that, I could talk about that all day. Actually, it's funny. I got a
probably
call.
have talked about it all day somewhere, and I could look it up.
I got a call later with the Pennsylvania Republican later this evening about sort of what to do with the messaging, because we have this big initiative on our ballot where it's basically about retaining these 3 judges.
Yeah, you got those three crazy guys, right? That you want to get. I don't know if they're all guys, but
one woman, but yes. Yeah, they're terrible. So I'm going to have a big push here going up, trying to encourage everyone should vote, by the way, in whatever state you're in. But in Pennsylvania particularly, we're going to have a Democrat.
It's a little more critical right now in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. And like,
and Virginia.
It's crazy. And if you're like, people don't take these off-year elections seriously. Here's the problem, right? Look at like what we see with lawlessness, with all these people rioting against ICE. Who do you think's going to eventually prosecute them? Well, you're going to have like attorney generals, like this guy that wants Trump supporters' kids dead in Virginia if he wins, or you're going to have judges that are eventually arbitrating this, like the ones we see in Pennsylvania here that are going to be there for the next 10 years.
Judges from Sweden, those would be good, right?
It's surreal, man. But you can't motivate. It doesn't matter. You can talk until you're blue in the face, and you just can't motivate people. You get Trump on the ballot in a presidential election year. Oh boy, they're out there voting. But something like this, it's like, I don't know. I got work. I don't feel like heading to the polling place. So my job's to try to motivate them here in Pennsylvania.
Good luck. And I'm going to sign off and go do game-related stuff.
That's amazing. Thank you again so much for your time. Anytime
we can do this again in a year or so.
Love to. Take it easy. We'll see you. Oh my goodness, that was one of my favorite interviews that I've ever done. What a great guy. And like, you always, I don't want to say worry, but you always wonder like sort of what the rapport will be when you're talking to someone that like you find very interesting. Because a lot of very interesting people that are very talented, maybe like communication or a back and forth isn't one of their strong suits. But man, what an absolutely amazing guy. Super easy to talk to. I'm I'm so very pleased with how that went. I hope you all are as well. We're going to clip that out. I'll get Black Elk on that, and we'll get that clipped and get it sent to Mr. Petersen there, and make sure that that's something that we're promoting heavily on this channel as well. But man, I had a blast. I really did. I thought that he was like, his resume is insane, absolute insane. It was unbelievable. Yeah, he certainly was from an era before politically correctness took over. And man, think of all the hours I've played Doom, or all the hours I've watched people discussing or playing Call of Cthulhu, like even in the past 3 years here. That's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, RuneQuest I've never played, and I know very little about, other than it's sort of more along the lines of Dungeons and Dragons than Call of Cthulhu as far as setting goes. But it has its unique system. I'm aware of that. But man, what a great interview. I hope you guys enjoyed that thoroughly. Now, we're only 10% away from my goal. So I do have to run here by 4 o'clock. So we have 5 minutes to get $37. I hope that you all appreciated this interview. But if we could just get $40, we'll make it to that goal. I do want to make sure. I know, EOD, can you place those links back in for everyone? Please, 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 everyone, check out Sandy Petersen's works. We have him on X. I could put there. That's the link to his shop. And then his Patreon, if you can get that at EOD. But please consider supporting him. I will be purchasing definitely a game from his shop. Now I just need friends to play with. Huh? But man, how cool. I just can't believe it. I'm almost speechless. What a cool interview. So I hope that everyone sort of supports him through his shop and through his Patreon and follows him on X. It's the least we could do. So, Shazzy Bear, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate it. Always appreciate you. Bandit, $2 says, I'll be at the polls in the best Commonwealth. Virginia, no! Our Commonwealth superior to your Commonwealth. And Kokomo, $15 says, great interview, great bloke. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just absolute fantastic interview. So I couldn't be more honored that he came on the show. And how cool is that? His son is a fan of mine, and now he watches my content. I hope I'm doing them proud, man. And it's one of the things I talk about a lot, like needing people that share our cultural values to get into things like the entertainment industry. And I mean, what's a better example of that than a base dude like that literally worked on Doom, Call of Cthulhu, still doing it, man, still creating pen and papers, board games, man, absolute incredible. So, now I think, unless I've mistaken, horribly mistaken, and I hope that's not the case, I think that I am doing the extravaganza this fine evening. So that's going to be at 5 p.m. on the Crucibles Rumble channel. Also, I'm hesitant to do this, but maybe I'll reach. Sorry, was just. I might actually see if Mr. Ian Company would be interested in putting that interview up on the Crucibles channel, because I think it deserves more eyes on it. I think that would be great. So I don't really talk about that stuff much with Andrew, because but not for me, but for Mr. Petersen, I think it would be great to get access to like someone that's going to have hundreds of thousands of views. So we'll see what I could do. Spiro, thanks so much. $2 says good interview. Now I want to talk to him more. I know. How you like that, Spiro? Spiro would be like have a bajillion things to ask. But man, what an absolute amazing, incredibly generous with his time. And I think he probably knew in some cases I'm an idiot. Like when it comes to sort of like understanding of like the creation of games. But man, talked in a way that it was absolutely. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It went amazingly well, and I thank you so much for the opportunity. I don't know what to say. I'm very much ecstatic, and I can't wait. I kid you not, on the extravaganza today, I'm not trying to compare here. But I'm just saying on the extravaganza today, I may be doing the show with the ShamWow guy, and I'm just going to ask you, who do you think I'm more excited to deal with, ShamWow guy or Sandy Petersen? I was so nervous. So nervous. Like I told my wife before I came on, I was like, dude, I could debate like big people, but I was up until like 3:34 last night. I'm like, holy cow. He worked at Chaosium. I wonder if he worked on Call of Cthulhu. Holy shit, he created Call of Cthulhu. I was like blown away. I was up till like 4:30 reading, was like, oh my goodness. So I'm like super nervous, and I was like, I'm just going to do the call-in show and roll right into it because I didn't want to have to sit there and think about it anymore. So I was like, I hope this goes well. So I'm so happy. I'm very happy with it. So I hope you are as well. Bandit, thanks so much for the $2. Says $2 until EOD. Kentucky is the third best Commonwealth. Oh, all right. We're very close. We're $22 away. Someone throw in $22. We could do it. Someone could throw in 22. Now I got to get moving. So I'm going to have to raid someone. So I have about 15 minutes. I hear my mom's downstairs. So I'm going to go say hi to my mom, my wife, and my son. And then I'll be right back up here to do the production meeting with the fine folks over at the extravaganza. We're going to raid into Jim Bob. Jim Bob's a good guy. Yeah, okay. He doesn't have broad shoulders like me, but a good guy nonetheless. So, I just want to say one more time, please send in your money, your super chats, etc. Let's see if we can hit the goal real quick. But I have to say, man, thank you so much to Sandy Petersen, and thank you to Arthur. I'm I don't know what to say. I'm so excited for the opportunity to pick a legend's brain like that. It was one of the most exciting hours I've had streaming. I hope I contained my glee, but my goodness, what an absolute amazing guy, and I think truly inspirational in the to be out there and feel free to say what he thinks politically, and to be unashamed of it, and to be involved in some of what I think are some of the most impactful games, both in the digital, like the video game sphere. And again, like, I don't think you understand, like, Call of Cthulhu, like he was saying, like the Cthulhu mythos and how it's everywhere now in the entertainment industry. It's in games. Like, you could draw sort of H.P. Lovecraft's works to games like Silent Hill. Like, you could draw it to, like, some of your favorite Hollywood horror blockbusters. It's unbelievable. And someone that, like Mr. Petersen there, that was, like, instrumental in bringing that to the forefront, let alone the impact that it's had sort of on the pen and paper RPG world, it's absolutely unbelievable. And I'm not surprised that it's such a huge game in Japan, seeing as how, like, interesting their horror genres are over there. So, I don't got time for a whip. So, all right, we're not going to make it to our goal, it looks like. We fell short, $22 short, but that's okay. I'll be back on in an hour. You'll find me at 5 o'clock. I'll be on the Crucible's Rumble channel doing the extravaganza. Then tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll be doing our regular scheduled show. So I hope you'll tune in for that wherever you're watching right now. Thank you to all of my mods. Thank you to my editor, Black Ilk. Thank you to Spiro and Avarice for putting in great questions. Thank you to everyone that super chatted, particularly those that asked questions. So we were able to ask Mr. Petersen some of those great questions. I think it was a very great. I really, really, really appreciate all of you. And I can't thank you enough for your support. So I hope you all enjoyed this. I thoroughly did. I'm still kind of geeking out. I'm going to go down and tell my wife, oh, look at this. Mr. Beef, $22, hits the goal. Goal! Oh, look at this. Rod gives $20. Thank you so much. Rod Ojnet. Aganet? I'm terrible with names. Thank you so much, Rod. I really appreciate it. And then Crusader. I got you. I chummed in 3 at the same time. Brilliant strategy. Brilliant. You guys are the best. So thank you all. We're going to raid into Jim Bob. I'll see you over on the Crucibles Rumble channel, 5 o'clock. Me and the great Jake Rattlesnake. Jake, you excited for today's show? Yeah. I've seen him more enthused. Thank you so much. Enjoy the raid of Jim Bob. As always, have a good one. And God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk and his family. Prayers out to them. Thanks so much, everyone.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the 3rd day, and he is Lord and God of all.